making a snack today. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK. Snack today. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK. Making a snack today. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK. Making a snack today. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack.
Howdy how? How's everyone doing today? Lumpy Pickle, welcome, welcome. Long time no see. Gotta love the fact that we're hanging out in DS Malley's stream, and I'm like, okay, I try to, hey, Chris Carnage, welcome, welcome. Trying to like, oh, okay, about 10 minutes ago, I figured it's time to, go get things set up and ready to go. And, hey, Scott2572, welcome, welcome. And, she's like, okay, I'm gonna play Northwest Passage. I'm like, oh, I gotta stick around for this. It's like, okay, it's done. It's like, all right, time to go. And then she decides to put on some Andrew WK, and I'm like, I gotta stick around for Andrew WK, but ended up piecing out about halfway through the song just because I needed to come in here and get things set up and ready to go. So yeah, how's everyone's weekend? Mine was kind of boring, really, but it was all right. 2 different types of quiche. Yes, that is correct. Lumpy Pickle has spotted the menu up on the cabinet today, but I was gonna make quiche on, I think it was like Sunday morning or something like that. But when woke up, I was just like, yeah, I'm not feeling making the quiche just right off the bat. And so previously in doing it, I've never had a lot of great success making pie crusts, and so I just buy some frozen crusts, and which is what I did in anticipation of making it, because Mrs. Weso has requested quiche, and who am I to deny her said quiche? So purchased the crust, but then I was like, you know what? There's got to be a way to do this. There's got to be a way to make this crust, and there just has to be a way. And I'm like, I can do this. So I busted out my my trusty dusty America's Test Kitchen New Best Recipe Book, this gargantuan tome, which I've used a fair amount, and I like the recipes because they are thoroughly tested. And flipping through, and sure enough, they got a whole section just about quiche. I'm like, okay, well, let's have a look and see, what they recommend. And so they're like, here's our recipe for pie dough. Here's our recipe, what they kind of recommend for the custard filling to go in the quiche. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting, because it's a little bit different. Because previously, whenever flan in the cover, not quite. Pretty close, but not quite. Previously, when I've made it, it's like, oh, okay, I've thrown in kind of all this stuff that looked and sounded delicious, and figured, oh, okay, let's just, do that, and, dump in some eggs, and like, okay, it was good, and we enjoyed it, and there we go. But their recipe is quite different. Oh, yes, it was a flan on the cover of the book. Figured, okay, well, you know what, these guys have tested it, and they've got their, preferred custard filling. That's okay, neither can I, Scott. I'm not a great typist either, but that's all right. So I'm like, okay, well, let's, give it a go and see what happens. So, figured, okay, let's do this. In terms of the fillings, Mrs. Weso has requested a spinach, mushroom, and cheese quiche, and I figured, because this is one of those things that we'll end up plowing through over the course of today and tomorrow. Hey, Renfield, welcome. And for me, I figured, a bacon, onion, and cheese, which is pretty close to a quiche Lorraine, but if I remember correctly, a quiche Lorraine is just the bacon and onions. But bacon, onion, and cheese, that's a, classic combo, and so I figured let's do that. If y'all saw the announcement on, all kind of the socials, which I fixed the socials command, by the way. Previously, when you put in ! Socials, it would spit out like this massive paragraph of things. It is a very, it was a lengthy thing, but now it's actually significantly shorter. And yeah, there it is. So now it just all goes to one Linktree page, and then that way all the links are there for the Discord, the Facebook, the YouTube, all that fun stuff. So easy peasy lemon squeezy. That was the thing. But anyways, posted not only on the Discord, but all across the socials earlier today, kind of a schedule of what I'm planning on doing this week. And last week I talked about doing mayo soup on this upcoming Saturday. Because, it's about time, finally. But then I was like, you know what? Because my birthday's on Thursday, and I was like, hey, what do I want to have for my birthday? What do I want to make? And I've been jonesing for some Korean fried chicken, so I figured, hey, it'd be a good chance to actually make it. But that's going to be a bit of a process. I'm like, hey, let's do that Saturday instead. So Saturday, birthday blowout, Korean fried chicken, and a whole bunch of sides, and so that'll be fun. So I figured let's do mayo soup on Thursday, and that'll be a fun thing because it'll be the soup, and it'll be the story of my brunch with Unleash the Archers, and yeah, that should be good. And yeah, I mean, I'll talk about everything that I can on my end of kind of the whole experience and everything leading up to it, because it's a pretty surreal story for me. But that'll be fun. So that'll be Thursday, and that's my actual birthday, but then we'll do the birthday blowout bash on Saturday, which will be the Korean fried chicken, so that'll be fun. Lumpy Pickle told a cold worker who's a foodie about the sodium citrate in the mac and cheese instead of exploding. Yeah, have him look up the modernist cuisine mac and cheese. That's kind of where the basic cheese sauce recipe more or less originated. But if you scale it to 100% cheese, 4% sodium citrate, and then 93% liquid deliciousness of some kind, that's going to yield a fantastic cheese sauce. Yeah, and nice. Thankfully, you can mix in things like aged cheeses, fresh cheeses that are on the softer side, and it will, at least in my experience, it's all worked out pretty decently that way. So yeah, that's what's going on. So first and foremost, we need to make some crust. And I'm actually really glad that I had a look at this recipe in more detail earlier. Because what I didn't realize, Fermented cheese is never a good thing. It's the one cheese that I'd be like, we're just putting an X on that. So for those that are playing along at home, in the New Best Recipe Cookbook, it's on page 883 for the pie dough for a pre-baked pie shell. And in reading through the recipe, what I didn't realize is just how much sort of resting time that there is. And I'm glad I read it a little bit earlier, because besides putting together the actual dough, then you have to let it rest for an hour. Then you pull it out, you roll it out, put it into your pie plate, put it back in the fridge for another 40 minutes, and then into the freezer for 20 minutes after that, before blind baking it. And then you blind bake it for, it's like 20 think 20 minutes or so. Let me double check. Da-da-da. So it's saying blind bake it for about 25 to 30 minutes. Then take out the pie weights and let it go for another 5 or 6 minutes. So yeah, some patience is required. Thankfully I made some dough earlier in the fridge. And so it's chilling there, but I figured, you know what, I'm gonna make some additional pie dough, because I can freeze it and then pull it out at, you know, another point when we're, you know, feeling like we're gonna have quiche again or something like that. So that's my plan, is we're gonna put together this dough, then we're gonna pull the dough out of the fridge, roll it out, and get it back in there and chilling, so then that way we can eat at some point tonight as opposed to tomorrow or something like that. So let's boop, change the view. All right, so I got my food processor here, since that's part of the recipe, is their recommended methodology for putting the dough together is actually to do it in a food processor. Which is nice because it makes things a little bit easier. Let's do that. There we go. And yeah, thankfully it is way easier. And they were kind enough to do weight on the flour, which is one of those things that you kind of need to, when it comes to baking especially. Hey, AJ, welcome. You need to have a bit of precision when it comes to baking. So here's what we're gonna do. The recipe that they have laid out is for a single 9-inch round, but we're gonna be making 2, so I'm gonna double up the dough, or at least the ingredients. So it calls for, it will be 12.5 ounces of unbleached all-purpose flour. And it would help if I put this back on. Back on ounces. I had it on grams because when I was making the dough earlier, I wanted to make sure that I had it evenly split. No. Quarter, 3/8, half ounce. Okay. Whoop. Whoop. There we go. Okay. All-purpose flour. Done. Then it calls for, it'll be 2 tablespoons of sugar. And a teaspoon of salt in total. And instead of the kombu salt that I use for just about everything, I'm just using some regular sea salt for this. Okay. So let's get that into the bowl of the food processor. Looking good. Little girl's freaking out, probably because there's a cat or something. Cheers, you're here to learn. No problem, AJ. Do your thing. Need matrix text so I can reprogram my brain for metric instead of stupid imperial. It took a lot of practice for me, Lumpy, being able to switch in between the two. But so now we want to just get this kind of mixed up a little bit to aerate and also get the sugar and salt mixed in. Okay, that is now aerated. So now we've got two different fats that we're going to need to add to it. The first one being lard. And for that, we're adding a total of 3 ounces since we're doubling it. I've had this in the fridge chilling since, at least in everything that I've been taught, is when it comes to making pie doughs, everything needs to be cold, and so kept it in the fridge. There we go, 3. I'm gonna need butter for this too, but I figured I might as well pull it out now since the recipe just says to kind of cut up the lard and then add it in, and then run it for about 10 seconds in order to get the lard fully cut in until it has the consistency of coarse sand. And then we start adding the butter. So okay. Yeah, it's looking like coarse sand, so there we go. Then as you chunk up the butter before kind of distributing it over the top of the mixture, and then pulsing it in until there's nothing, until the chunks of butter are no larger than the size of a pea. We had green shag carpeting in the house I grew up in, very 70s. Funny, so did I. There's that. I've not made this crust recipe, and like I said, I've not had the greatest of success making pie dough previously, so for all I know, this could end up being a terrible, terrible disaster. That's okay. Alright, so that's on there. So we're going to do about 10 1-second pulses, and yeah, there we go. Alright, let's see. Well, it looks like, yeah, I'm seeing like little granules of butter, but I'm not seeing really large pieces. That might be the largest, but that's about the size of a pea, so I guess that will work. Alright. So, since I'm now done with this, so this goes in here. The instructions have you put everything into another bowl to kind of work with, because now we get to add the moisture, and the moisture gets added kind of in 2 parts, and then because you don't want to overwork the pie dough, because then it ends up becoming really tough, and we want this to be either, pretty tender and flaky if possible, which means as little human touching as possible. So, all right, let me. Okay. And now we need the ice water. So I actually stuck ice and water in one measuring cup, but I'm going to actually transfer it to a second measuring cup, so then that way I have an accurate measure of how much water to add. So initially it says to add what would be 8 tablespoons or 4 ounces of this chilled water and sprinkle it over it before using a rubber spatula to kind of fold it in on itself. Hopefully keeping things like the butter and the lard nice and cold. And then it said after kind of mixing it like this, add in a little bit more water, about a tablespoon at a time as needs be, to so that it comes together. And then as for the technique, it said to just kind of bring it over and push it down until the dough comes together. And so far, it's a little shaggy, but it's going to end up hydrating when it has a chance to rest. Hey, I'd be stupid, welcome. Our fridge is an ugly yellowish gold.
Oh, yeah. Next step is to fold in the cheese.
What happened then?
What does that mean? What does fold in the cheese mean?
He folds it in.
Well, that's okay, because it's sitting in the food processor bowl. Okay. So I'm just trying to minimize the human touching of all of this, so then that way things remain nice and cold. And alright, so I'm gonna put about 2 tablespoons in here just to kind of have on hand. Alright, so it's still a little dry and crumbly. I think in an ideal world, I would have water in a squirt bottle, so then that way I can kind of mist it to minimize how much water gets added. And what's interesting is I've seen people use vodka for the adding of the water, since it's technically 40% alcohol, and so it'll be wet without being too wet, if that makes sense. Well, I'm still seeing like distinct pieces of butter in there, so that's a good sign. Yeah, it's a little dry, but one of the tips that I read in the book, at least, was that they said it's okay if it's a little too moist. In fact, they said it's better that if it's a little wet as opposed to a little dry. Because when you go to roll it out, you can always put additional flour down when you go to roll it out. And so I'm like, all right, that makes sense. And I mean, these guys test these recipes, so all right. I think we're good to go. Since this is enough for 2, let's split it down the middle. And so this was a trick that I saw Alton Brown do back in the day. I remember seeing the episode, but I don't remember which one it was. But what he did is he would put the pie dough into a zip top bag and then actually roll out the pie dough in the bag. So then that way it kind of minimized how dirty the counter got and everything else. And so I'm like, huh, makes sense. So that is what I will do. Then, okay, so that's on there. Alright, let's bust out that scale one more time. This is why I had it on grams, because I just wanted to make sure that I had it split up pretty easily. So that's 396. That's 359. So we're looking at about 40 gram difference, so I need to take about 20 out of here. Five more. That should do it for that. Now, one bit of kind of human interaction is just kind of pressing it out and then removing the air. Okay. So these should be ready to go into the fridge. And we can bring out the ones that I made earlier. Alright, so I got my pie dishes now, and I've got my dough here, which has been chilling in the fridge for, what time is it? A couple of hours now. So they're nice and have definitely kind of firmed up, but we want to roll it out till it, at least it's somewhat round and kind of takes up the diameter of the zip top bag here. It's just a 1 gallon Ziploc. And then it's going to go into pie dishes, one on each. And then we get to let it chill again. So far so good. Let's see. Well, it's rolling. Yeah, I can still see like individual like granules of butter. Let me see. I don't know if you can, if the camera picks it up well enough, but you can still see the granules in there. So that tells me that so far so good. Since that is cracking at the edge, I'll just kind of push it together. Let's do it. Check. Okay, so so I kind of have it to the edges, but it appears that that is not quite wide enough. Because according to their instructions, when it comes to actually doing it, that it should be about an inch wider, kind of all the way around. So then that way, when you drape it into the pan, that there's enough dough to come up the sides. So I'm kind of thinking that since I've gotten this one flattened out to as much as I can, that I'm gonna have to kind of work it out on a dusted surface. So I'm gonna put that one aside for now, get this one kind of rolled out, and then we'll open them both up and give them a go. Thankfully, I cleaned the counter earlier today, so the counter should be nice and clean. Bunga bunga. Hey, Scott Connor, how's it going? Alright, I think I got that one also about as big as I'm going to be able to get it in there. So, alright, let's get that out of here. Keep that around because we are gonna need it. Side. trying to slit the bag open down the sides. Come on. Alright, one side. Okay. Now we should be able to turn it out. Keep that handy. That is definitely looking on the letter side. Alright. Now that I have it out of the plastic, it's actually rolling out way better. Is looking way better. Looks like we need that. Okay. Let's see. Who knows how this will go? Alright, so supposedly should be able to kind of roll this up on the rolling pin here, and then transfer it to the pie dish. Hey, look at that! Push it down into the corners. Alright. Check that out. We did a thing. Hooray! Alright, so I suppose we should probably trim this up now. Whew! The Punisher is here. Yes, yes he is. Perfect for sleeping weather. Nice. Okay, so I've got kind of a short edge over here, but I've got plenty of excess. So the instructions were saying kind of trim it to about a ½ inch or so around the edge, and then instead of kind of like folding it up and over, it actually recommended folding it under. So we'll give that a shot. But I think first we'll try patching it, see if we can at least. It'll work. May not be pretty. But I have never claimed to be a dough artisan. I know some good dough artisans, but I am not one of them. Okay, so I've got that little bit of excess, so alright, let's try and fold it up and under. Okay. So far, so good. Okay. That's now folded. So I'm gonna, since we're making two, I think I'm gonna, it recommended one of a couple of ways to kind of finish this off, either using a fork to kind of smush it down just to kind of give it a textured edge, or the other one was to kind of like use your thumb to do a flute. I guess. Yeah, that doesn't seem. I'm thinking I might need to watch a video on that, because this is very, very much not. Okay, we're gonna go with the fork. Okay, there we go. That is what I'm talking about. Ta-da! Pie crust numero uno. Okay, so this has got to go back into the fridge, and we'll set a timer for 40 minutes. Okay. All right. One down, one to go. A little bit more on there. That's easier. Very good. Okay. All right. Second one out. That with some of the flour. Maybe a little bit more. Flour on the rolling pin. Okay. Trying to keep this nice and evenly rolled out. That sounds of the dog is whining. What time is it? I wouldn't be terribly surprised if Mrs. Laso is home. by the sound of the door, I'm guessing she is. Mrs. Hueso is home. Welcome home, baby. I'm making pie crust. It is forking awesome. Fork, yeah. Yeah, they are.
Okay, calm down. I hear you say you make pie crust?
I'm making pie crust right now.
Ooh, fancy. Hey, calm down. Why are there pennies here?
Oh, we haven't gotten to the pennies yet. We'll get to the pennies.
Hey! Hi, Lumpy Pickle and
Lumpy
Scott.
Pickle's here, Scott 2572. The Punisher, Scott Connor's here. Avocado Cream KitchenAid is here. Ivy Stupid was here earlier, as was Chris Carnage.
Ooh.
And hello to all the lurkers that just want to hang out and chill.
Yes, hi, lurkers.
Welcome, welcome. Please, feel free to hang out, chill, and
Yes,
enjoy the impending dumpster fire. Oh yeah, AJ's here too. He's working. So
I lurk all the time. That's almost all I do is
lurkity, lurkity, lurkity. Hey, Carrie Gemini, welcome, welcome.
All is well. I came home. I'm home from work.
Yay.
And got a bank statement done.
Oh, huzzah.
Sorry, there's been some bank statements kicking my butt. And not this one. I kicked its butt.
Nice. Was that January?
No, it was March for a different thing, but
Oh, okay.
we can talk about it later.
Okay. So yeah, so far it's going.
I will get the laptop and be your live robot.
Thank you.
Oh, I see a box here.
Yeah, that has your name on it.
Woo! There's that fabric.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It is up. Let's see. All right. Up. Burn. Okay, there we go. Much better. Okay. Figure 1 or 200 more times and I might actually feel confident with this. Sweet. You know, I'm kind of thinking, instead of using the knife to trim the dough, scissors. You know how much easier it is. Okay. Tuck under that edge. A little bit of underdough. Okay. All right, time to fork it. Yeah, all right. Like, it probably would help if I actually checked to see if this is on. Concentrating real hard. Okay. We've got a second pie dough. Into the fridge. Now we'll start that 40-minute timer. Ugh. There we go. Okay. So that's all set. So we can get all of this stuff cleaned up now. And move on to everything else. Okay. Get the top for that back on. That's what happens when you move stuff around. You forget that you moved it. Alright. That out of the way. Okay, let's wash your hands. Get that a good way. So Mrs. Oiso had mentioned pennies that I had set aside, and it's true. I've got a bowl full of pennies here, and for penny slots, that's what it is. We're gonna go play the penny slots. So in the process of blind baking a pie crust, you dock it, meaning you poke holes in it, usually with a fork, in order to kind of help prevent the dough from puffing up, which is not what we want. We want it to be nice and plain. Yeah, it does kind of look a little bit like Sandstorm, doesn't it? But Sandstorm is way cooler than this thing. People will use things like beans or rice, or there's, specialty pie weights, which are like a string of ball bearings or something like that they'll use to kind of weigh it down. I don't have beans or rice or anything like that to use as weights. And again, reading through the book, one of the things they said was pennies, because of the copper and heat conducting, that they would conduct heat better than things like beans and rice, etc., etc. So in the book, what it said to do was put down some foil over the top of the dough, and then put some pennies in the bottom in order to kind of keep it weighted down. Then we'll bake it for that 25-30 minutes or so, until the edges are starting to look kind of nice and golden, and then we'll take out the pennies and let it go for another 5 or 6 minutes, and then pull them out before we start adding our fillings. And so we need to make the fillings and get those ready to go. For that, and we'll make the custard kind of last. Okay. So, there we go. All right, so spinach, thankfully, came in a bag. It's triple wash, so all I really need to do is kind of saute it in order to get it to wilt. And then that way that'll be good to go. The mushrooms, we'll slice up and saute those. The onion will also slice up and saute. I won't necessarily caramelize them, but we will saute them nicely, so then that way they'll be yummy and delicious. And then there's also the bacon that we'll need to cut up and fry and drain, and the cheese to shred. So in terms of what I need to cut, we're looking at mushrooms, onion, bacon, shred the cheese, and yeah, that's kind of it for the cutting. But I kind of, yeah, I know, sadly, no smell-o-vision as of yet. But a quiche alone does not a meal make. So I'm thinking probably going to need to make a salad to go with it. But then that'll be... He'll hydrate. So we can knock out kind of the salad at the same time. And that'll be a good thing. So that being the case, I've got my mushrooms already washed. So that's good to go. So there's that. Got my onion, got that. Need to get okay. Got my bacon. I'm going to use Fontina because it's nice and buttery and melty and yummy and delicious. So I'll use the Fontina for both of those. We got our mushrooms, we got the onion. So after prepping these, I figure we'll go ahead and build the salad. So I'm just taking those ends of the stems off, but then I'm thinking what I'll do is, in an effort to kind of make it look pretty, I'm thinking what I want is kind of like big slices of the mushroom to sit on top in kind of a nice design. So because of that, I'll slice it down the middle and then take cuts going from the middle. I'm not going to throw away the mushroom edges. I mean, we'll end up eating them at some point. But since we're trying to make it look pretty, I'll saute up kind of the big slices, and then when it comes time to assemble the quiche, that way we'll have nice pretty slices to put on the top of it. Thinking kind of a radial pattern. And this should be sufficient to cover that quiche. Alright, so those I'm going to hang on to, and those I will move off to the side for right now. So you had a good day, baby?
Yeah.
Good.
Sorry about not being there to work. So I did easy stuff until I woke up, and then actually, and then I thought financial statements are due Monday. They're not. They're due the following Monday.
Oh!
Even better, I got an extra week.
Nice. I don't think I want to do half moons for this.
I don't trust you.
I'm going to take off this root end, and then I'm going to separate it a little bit, because it'll be easier to get the kind of slices that I want. So that way I can do things like nice long little bits, which is what I want. It's true.
I know it's not good for Texas chili competition. This isn't Texas.
I know. A little bit more. Let's take off that. Okay, onion done. Let's put this stuff away. Oh, hi, Jane. How you doing, buddy?
Checking you out.
Has he?
Yep.
He's like, what's his deal? I know. I know what you want. Is that? Treats for the doggos. Alright, let's get that cheese shredded. He said hi.
He did. He said, let me pickle. I can't wait to meet you.
That's true. Jane apparently is not feeling 100%. He hasn't jumped up on the bed or the couch or anything. So last night, because Jane usually, like if we're watching TV, Jane's usually up on the couch with us. That's just kind of how we roll. Last night, he went to jump up on the couch, and he kind of yelped a little bit, which was unusual for him. And afterwards, he ended up getting down and would not get back up, which is kind of weird. Wasn't sure if it was like a foot thing or a leg thing or whatever. Couldn't really find anything, but he's been avoiding like getting up on a couch or anything like that. Did he? Oh, but he did get up on the bed?
Yeah, but getting off the bed, he didn't complain. He just jumped off and ran.
But getting up, not so much?
Yeah.
Mm. Well, how old is he now? Like 11?
Yeah, he'll be 11 this year.
Yeah.
Whenever he was born.
Yeah, which we don't know just because he's a rescue. But, yeah, about 11. So, I mean, he's starting to get up there. Yeah, he is.
We need to have a dog cam.
Yeah, I know. One day.
We'll get there.
One day we'll have a dog cam. That's okay. We'll get there. I mean, this has only been going for, what? A month and change?
True.
No, about 2 months. It's been going about 2 months now. So, I mean, given the fact that I've only been doing this for 2 months, I mean, we're in a significantly better place than, you know, a lot of people are or have been. So, can't really complain. But it is interesting, and everything, you know, leading up to streaming, just kind of everything that I, read online that talked about, like, you think you need stuff like in the very beginning, but you don't really know what you need until you actually start streaming. And I'm like, okay, well, I can kind of see how that's the case. But then, yeah, sure enough, once I started, I was like, oh, now I completely understand what they're talking about, because it's only after actually doing it that I'm like, oh, okay, I can see how this would be helpful, or, I'm not a fan of that, so I want to do something different. But, yep, it is kind of interesting. That's okay, because what it means is now that it's like, okay, I've got kind of goals that I can work towards and do things. Hi. Fontina eat. That's gonna be good. All right. Now that the onion and the mushroom is done, excuse me, Jane. Let's pull that off. Because now I want that space. Oh, the mailman rolled up?
Yeah. So late.
Yeah, they've been running late recently. Okay. I'm thinking, okay, let's see. 24 minutes on the clock, and then another 20 minutes in the freezer. So we got time. Time to put together a salad. Alright, so I've got a cucumber, handful of tomatoes. Excuse me, buddy. Alright, English cucumber. Got some tomatoes. Excuse me. Let's. No. Oh. That would be good. Yes. Let's. There it is. This. Okay. Thing. Oh. No. I'm talking to myself. Oh, I'm talking to myself. It would help if we had some lettuce. Okay. Red leaf lettuce. We got some red bell pepper and half of a roasted beet that I did a couple of days ago. So this will come together and make a nice little salad to go along with the quiche, which will be pretty high in protein. And yeah, this will be good. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, all right, let's.
We'll just go get Death Tacos from Jack in the Box.
That's true, and if not, that's fine. Death tacos from Jack in the Box. Man, this is going to be delicious, don't get me wrong, but Death tacos. Because sometimes you just need it. We're getting pretty close. I'm thinking that's probably going to be a good amount. Okay. Got an English cucumber. For a little bit of a difference. What? It's gonna talk British to me. Is that what's gonna happen? All right.
Oh, I can't think British words.
Yeah.
Hey, bloke.
Or something.
Yeah.
All right.
English, I can say that.
You can say that. All right. Now, normally English cucumbers, the skin's pretty thin. And so if you want to leave the skin on, you're welcome to. I can't say I find it super pleasant. And so I still peel a cucumber. Who am I kidding? He's always made good food. Thanks. There have been a few times.
Well, it's not that it's been bad, it's just like it's too spicy.
Or something. Which, speaking of, usually when I go to eat quiche, I usually have it with hot sauce. I don't know why, but it's probably because it's mostly like an egg mixture, and I like hot sauce on my eggs, and so it just kind of makes sense to me. Now this is going to stain all the things. So you know what? Let me get a very small cutting board. Because I don't really want it to stain this board. Because washing that board is kind of a pain. This one's super easy though. So, alright. More. Jane doesn't know what it is, and we just fumbled the beat. Not all of it. Alright. Enough beat though that it'll make us call the 911 because we think we're dying. I'm bleeding internally! Oh, consequently, the dishwasher is well, actually, I shouldn't say the dishwasher is completely empty. There are a few things in the dishwasher, but they're dirty. So, sure. Okay. Let's get some bell pepper in there. Let's see, how much do we want? Okay. About that much. Ooh, I'm also going to need some green onion. Excellent. Oh, babe. Just as a heads up, because chances are you probably didn't see it. Thursday, I'm gonna do the mayo soup, and then Saturday we'll do the Korean fried chicken.
Okay. It's your day, whatever you want.
Thanks.
I gotta get the cake recipe.
Okay.
Cake.
Cause cake.
When do you want the cake then?
Probably Thursday.
So I'll have to make it tomorrow.
Something like that. Alright. That's good to go. Now we just need some oh. I literally just talked about green onions. From the book of Photonomy. Photonomy? Oh, Fooderonomy. Oh, sorry. The way that I initially read that, I was thinking that you were talking about a foeder, which is a, if I remember correctly, it's a Belgian term for the big wooden open vats that they do like wild fermentation for beer in. And so I thought it was like Fooderonomy, and I'm like, you expected me to make sense. Sorry, Scott.
Threw him off, it wasn't fun.
Yeah, you definitely threw me off. I was expecting a pun or something like that, but that, and I thought a foeder was kind of out of left field, but I'm like, all right, well, we can talk about it. How foeders and
Do you have a favorite chef's knife?
do I have a favorite chef's knife?
Yeah.
That I own?
Yeah. Or
Yeah, I mean, sure, there's plenty of knives that I would love to have. Mostly made by like custom knife makers and stuff like that.
okay, but all the chef knives we have, like what would be your
Of all the chef, okay. So in theory, in truth, we have literally 2 chef's knives. I've got my Japanese Gyoto, which is it's patterned after a typical Western style chef's knife, which is, it's a thin, sharp knife, and I love it. The other one that I have is this one. It's actually made by Mercer, and it was the chef's knife that came in the knife kit that they issued to us when I went through culinary school. And to be honest, I like both of those knives for slightly different reasons. The Mercer has got a slightly thicker blade, and so it's more apt at doing slightly heavier tasks, whereas this one is really good for slicing and like doing vegetables and things like that. I really like, well, actually I do have a 10-inch Wüsthof. It's a really big, heavy German knife. But the one feature that I love about this knife more than anything is the fact that instead of the bolster here going all the way down to the tip of the blade, that they tapered it so then that way the edge runs the entire length. And I like that for usability, and also so that not that there's this big chunk of metal down here at the end, so it's not as clumsy on a cutting board. And so I really like kind of the knife shape of this. But I would love to have something like this in, like, say, like a Damascus or a like carbon cord Sanmai style blade. There's a couple of knife makers that I follow on Instagram, and there's this one guy, well, there's a couple of guys, but one guy in particular made some knives recently that I was just like, oh my. It's pie cutlery, but a couple of knives that he made recently were just absolutely stunning, and those would be super cool. But those are also, you know, we're talking $1,500, $3,000 knives kind of thing. But yeah, no, Forged in Fire. You know, what's funny, Lumpy Pickle, is we watched Forged in Fire for a long time. But I don't know, after a while it was just like, oh, okay. I don't know. I just kind of got tired of it, I guess. I mean, no disrespect to him, but
you're tired of the constant let's change things up and make it harder. Like, let's just let people show off their craft.
Yeah.
Our neighbor's a blacksmith.
That's true. Yeah, our neighbor behind us, he he's a bit of a blacksmith, and he's actually offered to have me come back there and beat on some steel, which I really need to take him up on. That's looking pretty sad. But yeah, I mean, Murray Carter is kind of down in the, I think, Hillsboro area, if I remember correctly. That guy's a world-class knife maker. I mean, shoot, Kershaw / Zero Tolerance. Their factory is down in Beaverton, if I remember correctly. It's kind of a suburb of Portland. They have a factory sale every year, which I have yet to go to. I would love to, but it's usually held in December. Yeah, exactly. But it's one of those things that a lot of time it's like factory seconds and stuff like that. But yeah, it looks good. That would be a lot of fun to go down to. I have a couple. Oh, Zero Tolerance. Okay. To put it into terms that you'd understand, remember the knife that Leroy Jethro Gibbs carried? His kind of tiger stripe one that he would flip out?
Yes.
That's a Zero Tolerance blade. Zero Tolerance is the name of the company. And Zero Tolerance is kind of the high-end line of Kershaw knives. Yeah, Zero Tolerance blades are really nice. I have a number of pocket knives, and they usually have one on me. Stacked a little bit better. Slicing down the middle, but it's like I'm baptizing the trash cans.
Ew.
I actually had a lot of the well, I still have a number of the Shun kitchen knives. The ones that Alton Brown made popular. I used to carry a folder and a Leatherman, now I just carry the Leatherman. You know what's funny, Lumpy Pickle, is I have a Leatherman, but while I actively carried it, I think I literally used it like once. But my pocket knife, like, I use all the time. So I just stopped carrying it because, for me at least, it wasn't useful enough. Lettuce and quiche, or is this a salad? Oh, no, this is a salad. This is a side salad to go with the quiche. So that is ready to go. We just need to toss it and dress it and call it good. The onions, the mushrooms, that's ready to go. I think we are ready to slice up the bacon, and then we can start cooking all of the insides up, and then we will get to making the custard concoction for the quiche. Yeah. All right. So I want a little bit of bacon. There we go. That is done. I can move it out of the way. I've got 4 rashers of bacon here. Rashers are just slices, but they're called rashers. Jane's like, ooh, bacon. You know, it's funny. Whenever, like, I read a recipe that calls for putting, like, cooked bacon into something or other, it always says, like, without fail, to fry up the bacon, drain, and then crumble. Like, it never says to slice it up first, which, with my job, I use my Leatherman all the time. Yeah, see, Lumpy Pickle, I can see how Leatherman for you would be incredibly useful and something that you would use with some serious frequency. But even when I was carrying it actively, because I was doing the pest control job, even then, I think I maybe used it once or twice, because for the most part, like, I didn't need it specifically. That's now clean. Okay.
I think part of that, though, is you've had a pocket knife ever since you were a little kid.
Yeah, there is that. I have carried a pocket knife on me pretty actively ever since I was a kid. Yeah, and it's one of those things that, like, when I don't have one on me, like, I kind of feel naked, and it's an unsettling feeling. But that's just kind of how it goes. All right, so the cheese is done. We got that stuff. So let's bust out. Yes. Why are they called rashers?
Yeah.
I don't know, that's just what they're called.
Okay.
I wish I had a better answer for you, but unfortunately I don't. Alright, let's get the bacon going first. Because then that way we can use a little bit of the rendered bacon fat to saute up everything else. And I do mean just a little bit. Hi, baby. Alright, I got my strainer and my bowl here all set up. So then when this is done to the way that I like it, I can drain it in there, get it out of the fat, and then that way I can use the fat to saute up all the other things. So there's the spinach. Thin slice of bacon or ham. However, early lexicographer John Michu explained it in 1627 as a piece of rashly or hastily roasted. Huh. That is interesting. So, for posterity, Lumpy Pickle pulled up, I'm guessing from Wikipedia, that rasher in cookery is a thin slice of bacon or ham. 1590s, a word of unknown origin, perhaps from Middle English, rash, to cut, variant of raise, to rub, scrape out, or erase. However, early lexicographer John Mishu explained it in 1627 as a piece rashly or hastily roasted. Because unfortunately, I haven't figured out how to put a chat window into the actual stream, so then that way when I go to upload it to YouTube, chat will actually be in there. So it's on my list of things to do. Oh! Nope.
Somebody got for his birthday.
Okay, so now I gotta move these to the freezer, but I don't really have room in this freezer, so I'm gonna have to put them in a freezer out in the garage. So I'm gonna turn this down. I think I turned it off. Yep. There we go. Okay. So now that's on super low. I'm going to move these out to freezer in the garage. I don't need to keep that in this fridge. Okay, I will be right back. Actually, in the meantime, why not enjoy my my theme song?
Hello, boys and ghouls. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK. Making a snack today. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK. Making a snack today. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK.
Okay, let's see. Is my mic back? Yes. Okay. Symbol. People can hear me, yeah? Don't mind Mrs. Wayso. She's just jamming out to Right Away by Andrew Kingsley, aka Sleeper Ship, aka Shreddy Boy Extraordinaire. Also one of the musical composers for Unleash the Archers. Super Dude. Guy who wrote my jingle. So, okay, so this is looking good. And I want to pull it out just a little bit before it's actually done, since it's going to continue to cook. Because that's how it goes. Okay. That is about where I want it. So, there we go. Okay. Bacon fried. So, let's do the onion in the meantime. Touch of that bacon. Maybe half a teaspoon. Yes, it has. I'm gonna hit this, I think, with just a touch of salt. Just a little bit. I don't need very much.
We need a few good tastes.
Since there's the bacon. And then the custard itself is gonna have some salt in there too.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
Oh. Yeah, Gollum ain't gonna like these taters. So, I think it was last week, Avocado Green KitchenAid asked about, or it might have been my dad who asked about a propane burner. So, come to find out, there are burners like this that run off of butane canisters, or you can actually get a propane cylinder that you can use in it. I was thinking, hey, maybe I can do it with this one, but this one isn't meant to be dual fuel. The camp stove, if I remember, I don't remember if it was converted to propane or if it's still white gas. If it's white gas, then I wouldn't want to do that. And propane accessories, that's right. What? King of the Hill? Oh, while we were at break, I set the timer for the quiche shells. Two. I'm making a mushroom, spinach, and fontina one at your request. And then I'm doing a bacon, onion, and cheese one at my request. Yeah, Scott Connor, so I I have had electric in the past, but most of my life I've had gas stoves. That's what we have here. I am not a fan of electric. I do not care for it. But I will say that induction burner is super cool. Yes, it is very cool. I just need to practice with it a little bit. Okay. I think those are looking pretty good for what I want. Now these will have a chance to kind of cool down a little bit. So that way they're not going in hot. Alright, back on. Okay. Let's do the mushrooms. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep the fat to a minimum on these, just because it's not really necessary. We just want them kind of nicely cooked, or at least to the point where they're not going to release a ton of moisture and make the quiche kind of all watery. Because I don't want a watery quiche, I want a nice custardy quiche. Touch of salt. The lightest of touches.
Like the doctor said, lower your salt.
And there's very little. Okay, these are looking fantastic already. I'm getting a little bit more breakage than I had hoped, but that's okay. That's what the giant tweezers are for, so we can make a nice, pretty design. For beauty shots. There we go. I kind of am. That one looks like probably. Nah. I'm pretty happy with how those are looking. So, okay. So that's good. Now, with the spinach here, that pan should be pretty ripping hot. So in theory, I should be able to do this. Kind of let the pan do the work for me. So far, so good. Oh, it's a piece of mushroom. Okay. There we go, that's wilted nicely. Only fat in the pan was whatever residual from the mushroom there, and I mean, that's tiny, tiny, tiny amount. No salt added to this. Heat's not even on. I'm just residual heat from the pan cooking this. Cook, I say. And lo, it was cooked. I might actually have to turn the heat on. I think this canister's about dead, but seeing as I don't have to do anything else with it, it's alright. Okay, spinach is done, bacon's done, onion's done, mushroom's done, salad is about literally done. We got our cheese. Time to make the custard. All right. So, according that. What? I did cook the spinach. You're supposed to cook the spinach.
That's good.
All right.
I was sidetracked.
Ah.
Ooh, it smells amazing in here. But someone should taste this.
Okay. There's nothing on it. You're like, I can tell.
That is bland.
Exactly. Okay. So, oh, I need eggs.
Yes.
Kind of the most important thing.
Yes. Oh, we do have a second pie dish. Right up there.
Yes.
Get it down and I'll wash it.
No, that's okay, because the dough's already in pie dishes in the freezer.
Oh.
This is a new one.
Oh.
I picked it up for a whopping $4.
Nice. Where did you buy it?
Winco. Okay. So the custard for this, the recipe goes 2 full eggs of the large variety, which these are, 2 yolks, 1 cup of heavy cream, 1 cup of whole milk, like a half teaspoon of salt and a half teaspoon of white pepper. But we're making 2, so we're going to double this. So we need a grand total of 4 eggs, 4 yolks, 2 cups of heavy whipping cream, which this should be unopened, and it is. Which means...
What are you going to do with the egg whites?
hang on to them so you can have an egg white omelet if you so choose.
I'd be like, what's her name on Bird Notice?
Egg white omelet.
Spanish egg white omelet.
Spanish egg white omelet. Alright, so 2 cups of whole milk. That's going in. a teaspoon of white pepper, which I have this from when I made the Japanese curry. So, a little extra because. Now I'll use that kombu salt. Now it seems like the most appropriate time to do that, and so we're just putting in a teaspoon of that too. And I think I'm going to add one more dry thing. Since I didn't saute up any garlic or anything like that, I'm kind of thinking, nope. Yeah. Kind of thinking a little bit of granulated garlic in there. Just a little bit. There we go. All right. Then let's get that. Give this a rinse, so then that way we've got something to put those egg whites into. I suppose I could just turn them into this. Okay, so now 4 eggs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I've actually got to like take my time. I do not want the white, I want the yolks. You gotta keep them separated. That one get off. One yolk. Bring this over here. So when I was in culinary school and some of the baking classes, if we had to separate like a large amount of yolks or something like that, the way that they tell you to do it is to crack all of the eggs into one large bowl and then use a like a strainer to pull the individual yolks out. So then that way it's since you're doing it in mass kind of thing. Kerplop. I think that was Green Day's first album, or it might have been their second. It's one of the early ones. Yeah, Kerplop. Not to be confused with the Klingon greeting. Okay. Egg whites. Done. Okay. Let's go get some quiche shells. Or actually, you know what? We're going to hang off on getting those. I want to get this mixed up, and then we'll go get them. So that's off to the side. That's looking good. There's this. There's this. And that can be pushed all the way to the side. Okay. Good. And now, okay, let's get this mixed up. custard mix made. I'll push that off to the side. Actually, let's move that over two, because we're going to need the space in order to prep the crust. Excuse me. Alright, for our pie crust, and since I'm not fitting on one sheet perfectly, I'll have to use two. Got our fork from earlier, so from what I remember the directions, we got to dock the dough. There we go. Beauty. All right, dough be docked. So this is that Reynolds grill foil that I use all the time. I'm gonna put the non-stick side down. I've got an errant hair that's driving me nuts. Yeah, I'm gonna put the non-stick side down because that just seems to make the most sense. And then let's trim this a bit because I don't need all of the foil. There we go. All right, that's one. And there's two. Okay. We got our foil in there. We're good to go. Okay, Cooks Illustrated, you said pennies work. I went through our change jar, and I didn't get all of the pennies. I got a pretty good chunk of them. I'm hoping this will be enough.
Do you have to use foil with the penny, or
You could probably use parchment paper. It did specifically, when it said to do the pennies, the book said foil. So I'm like, okay, I'll go with the foil. I'm just kind of trying to smooth them out a bit. Across the bottom, nice and evenly. So hopefully it will Hopefully it'll keep it weighed down and it doesn't puff up. One can hope. Although since I'm blind baking these right now and they're not filled, I think I'm okay just putting them straight on the rack. But when it comes time to actually fill them and then put them back in the oven, then I'm thinking, then I'll put them on the trays. So, okay, here goes everything, I guess.
How long do you do that?
So according to the instructions, it said that these will take about 25 minutes, and then we pull the pennies and let them go for like another, yeah. Yep. Okay, so that's 25. Okay, so our custard's ready. All this stuff is ready. Salad's good to go. So now we're just baking and waiting. So now I can have a drink of water and we can conversate.
Come up with a topic.
Yeah. So this is a really good AMA point. So far so good. Yeah, this will be interesting because, like I said, I mean, I've not really had good luck with making pie crusts previously, so hopefully this turns out.
How is this time different than other times?
So a couple of things, I think. One, using the food processor as opposed to like mixing it by hand. The other thing is probably, oh, Lumpy Pickle's home. Yay, congratulations. I think there's a few things. Letting the dough rest before rolling it out. I don't recall if I ever really let it rest. I was pretty sure that I probably rolled it out immediately after mixing it. And so my guess was it was too warm at that point. So that could have been a fail point. And then doing the rest in the fridge and the freezer before blind baking it, that's not something that I recall having done previously. But I'm trying to follow their instructions as closely as possible. So then that way, you know, just trying to minimize any potential issues. So, but the dough looked good. I mean, I saw little flecks of butter throughout, so with any luck, I mean, it'll look good. I think, if I remember correctly, I think the last time I tried baking a pie dough specifically, the last time that I remember doing it, I think, is when we were in Anaheim at that point. But I think what ended up happening was I think the fat wasn't cold enough when it went into the oven, and so it ended up getting it came out kind of greasy, and it was pretty tough, like it had been overworked. So I've tried to minimize touching the dough. I mean, you guys saw how I worked it, and by working it, I mean literally kind of folding the stuff in on itself, using a spatula, not even my hands, to minimize heat transfer and everything. So I don't know. Biscuits is kind of the next holy grail for me.
Yes, please.
Greasy, old, tough, and overworked. That's you, Scott Connor. Yeah. But, yeah, biscuits is kind of the next sort of holy grail. Best biscuits I ever had were made by a friend of mine named Ashley, who I went to culinary school with. And these particular biscuits were in the shape of a pig. And it was when she worked at a place called the North Left, I think is what it was called. Anyways, it was a restaurant.
Yes.
Something what?
Sorry, I'm trying to find. I'm on Facebook trying to find Scott Connor.
Oh, okay. She's Facebook stalking you, Scott.
Except there's a lot.
Yes. Anyways, small mom and pop restaurant about 20 miles from here that makes the best biscuits in the galaxy. I bet. Like, biscuit culture, at least in the South, is, I mean, it's a culture. It's not so much here, but anyways, the ones that she made were absolutely phenomenal. Like, they haunted me. They haunted me. They were that good. Buttery and delicious, and they pulled apart beautifully, and just some of the most gorgeous biscuits I've ever had. And so for a while I was experimenting with making biscuits and grating in frozen butter and things like that. And for whatever reason, it was just like I could never quite get there, and I don't know why, but I don't know. Maybe I'll have to reattempt it at this point. They're so good that if your grandmother got in line in front of you, you would yell at her and give her the evil eye for even thinking of such a thing in the first place. I can imagine. I am kind of curious. Like the biscuits at this place, Scott Connor, are they like square versus round? Are they like giant puffy ones? Are they pull apart? You know, tell me about them.
Do you have a book on his Facebook page?
I have no idea. Round and largish. I know that there are some places that this was on one of, I think it might have been, it was either the first or second Feasting on Asphalt series that Alton Brown did. He stopped at a place that was making biscuit sandwiches, and they made them all day, every day for, you know, these sandwiches. The way that they made them is they made the dough and put it together and filled a sheet tray and then cut them in the tray so they were square. But it was, I don't know, there was some kind of black magic going on there. Because for the life of me, I cannot figure out kind of their secret. But I wouldn't be terribly surprised if they used like self-rising flour that had the leavener and everything else mixed in. So, I don't know. That was the only thing in there. "17 minutes on the clock." Then we check. If it needs an additional 5 minutes, then we'll give it 5 minutes. Kind of wondering if, no. Yeah, I guess between the two, that's should be sufficient cheese. I was just wondering if it was like, should I grate some cheddar to go along with it? But I think we're fine. And hey, Soldiers and Giants, how's it going, man? Hey, Cryptic Caramel, welcome, welcome. How you folks doing today? There we go. All right, spinach. So, more cheese is never a bad idea. I agree with that sentiment on the Soldiers of Giants. So, for those that, you know, just rolled in, we're making quiche. And part of that was making pie dough, which is not something that I've had a ton of experience at. And last time I did it, not so great things happened. So, at the moment, I've got 2 pie crusts in the oven, blind baking. And then when they're done, we'll pull them out, get our filling in. We've already made, let's switch this. We've got our custard ready to go. We're gonna do a mushroom, spinach, and cheese quiche, and then the bacon, onion, and cheese quiche to go along with it. The mushrooms, actually, I should grab those. I'm gonna use my giant tweezers in order to make a pretty design on top so it looks good. That's my plan at least. So, doing all right. Crazy day at work. Glad to be done. I hear you, Cryptic Caramel, honestly. Been there, done that. So yeah, I can totally get it. It's been a while since I've been online. Hope you're all doing well. Pydo's always hard. I've heard it's hard AF. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It has been a minute since I've seen you on the Soldiers of Giants, but hey, I'm glad that you're able to pop in and hang out, you know, for however amount of time that you're here. But yeah, Pydo is not something that I have a ton of well, I've made a few times, not well, but these seem to turn out pretty decently. So I'm guessing, you know, like I said, maybe another 100-200 more times and I'll probably feel confident. But yeah, so these are my my giant food tweezers for placing things like edible flowers, and if I want to do very specific placements of things, or they're also really nice for getting down to the bottom of a jar of, like, say, pickled onions or something like that. They're super good at, like, say, turning pieces of meat when we're doing Korean barbecue here. Yeah, so I think I paid like $3 or $4 for these when I found them at the Korean market last time I was there. Which actually reminds me, I'm gonna have to go so I can get some of the stuff that I need for Saturday and the Korean fried chicken. So, oh darn. Are they giant tweezers or small tongs? Little of column A, little of column B, probably, Lumpy Pickle. But
Grab more.
yeah.
Do a giveaway.
Yeah, we could. We absolutely could do a giveaway on these. But yeah, next time I find myself down that direction, I don't know, maybe I'll go this week. Who knows? We use that size tweezers for giving small bits of meat to large birds. I can imagine. Cryptic Caramel, I thought forceps were these. I thought these were forceps. Or am I wrong on that? Or is these just a clamp? I don't know. I use these for taking the seal off of little things.
The ones you're talking about are called forceps. According to the
Oh, maybe. Oh, okay. Feeding rodents is like pre-killed rodents. Yeah. Yeah. No, they are super handy for little delicate things, and yeah, they're handy. I like them. Yeah, I'll probably. I suppose I really should. Yeah, I should go down there because I'm going to need more garlic. That's for certain. So yeah, I guess I'm taking a trip down there. Good times. Road trip. Do y'all also work at zoos, aquariums, or talking about pets? So Soldiers of Giants works at a zoo.
Does he really?
Yeah.
What does he do?
Animal care, I think. I don't know. What is your specific job of Soldiers of Giants? He's a zookeeper.
Seriously? Oh, what animal?
I don't know if you heard that question. I worked at a fish reptile store when I was younger, but I also had pet snacks. Oh, okay. No, we just got 2 dogs. Aviculturist, so birds. Birds. specialize in cranes. Oh, good times. That's cool. Used to be a caretaker in an aquarium for birds, parrots, and reptiles. That's cool. Desk jockey doing admin. So do you work at a, do you still work at a zoo, Cryptic Caramel? But you're just doing admin stuff? Almost out of water. It's okay, I just changed it. I smell pie crust. That's a good sign. Work at an institute that researches primate biomechanics. Oh, that's cool. Yes, now I help with paperwork and legal stuff like getting permits for animals to travel. That's pretty funny, Scott Connor. But, just thought of something, and then I completely forgot. I don't remember. Oh well. C'est la vie. What a so many animal people in the food stream. I know, right? We like to care after them. We like to eat them. Some of them. Not all of them. But. Cranes can eat anything they can fit down their throat. They're omnivores that also go for fish, crustaceans, roots, insects, etc. I did not know that. That is really interesting on the Soldiers of Giants. Fish are friends, not food. I disagree, Lumpy. Sushi. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. So these glass pie dishes. Last time I forget what I baked in the Pyrex dish, and we were talking about how supposedly the composition of the glass has changed, and so people had talked about pans like exploding in the oven or something like that because they weren't quite as heat proof. In doing a little bit more reading on that, because I don't know anybody that has had that happen. I had one dish break on me once as a kid, and that was a super freak thing, and I don't remember why it happened. I don't remember if it was something that went straight from the freezer to the oven. But in doing a little bit more reading about it from stuff that I had read, what it was saying is that, you know, oh yeah, we've totally heard these rumors, but nobody has actually met anybody or known anybody personally that has had the Pyrex dish exploding thing happen to them. And so it's just sort of like a kind of an interesting thing. What I had a glass pan explode on the stove when we put cold water in the hot pan. Yeah, I can imagine, Cryptic Caramel, that, you know, thermal expansion and contraction that quickly. But yeah, it is. Yeah, it can be a very real thing when you do it like that. But when it comes to like the Pyrex dishes and like baking them like that, they're, at least in my experience, way more durable and heat resistant in that particular fashion. But yeah, like if you're using a glass pan, well, I don't remember the last time I remember seeing glass pans like on the stove, like actual glass cookware. Baking, they should have time to come up to temp. Yeah, exactly. Although, I mean, my oven's been preheated, and so it was already at 375 Fahrenheit, which is what the book calls for. And I can smell them. You can smell them, can't you?
Yeah. I walk in the kitchen more.
Yeah, but I can definitely smell them. So far so good. Crossing our fingers. But yeah, I mean, I've had glass explode because of the thermal expansion and things like that. But that was mostly because I was actually trying to do it that way. Because it was, fun. Although that was a really interesting fact, at least when I was in chemistry. I think it was back in high school. That glass is technically a liquid, but a super viscous liquid. And it was one of those things that like really freaked me out. I'm like, wait, what? What are you talking about? That apparently glass is actually because of its molecular structure, it's technically not in a solid state. It's actually in a super viscous liquid state. And it's really apparent if you see like old pane glass from like the 1800s, that sometimes you'll actually see
Like this mirror.
like, yeah, kind of like the mirror in there, but in really old pane glass, you'll actually see sagging. And it's because it's a super viscous liquid as opposed to actually a solid. Yeah, I'm also kind of a super viscous liquid there, Lumpy Pickle. So, viscous bros. It was decades ago, at least 20 plus years, and I think we had the pan for probably a handful of years before explosions. I didn't think about it, but yeah, I haven't seen a glass pan in a long time. Yeah, I mean, I remember them like being a thing like back in the 80s, but it never, at least once I started to learn stuff, it never really made sense because glass isn't like the best conductor of heat. And so even then, like with the pie dishes, I was just like, well, that's kind of weird. Why would you use a glass pan for pie? And again, reading kind of all this stuff, the part of the reason why they preferred glass dishes to metal is because A, you can see through them, and so you can actually see what's going on with the dough. But because it's not like thin metal, which is a super good conductor of heat, that it actually is much more gentle on the dough. So I guess we'll find out. Flaws in the glass could cause problems as well, but that'd be a part of making the product. Yeah, exactly. If there were some kind of molecular flaw or something like that, that could always mess up the glass. If you ever get to Colonial Jamestown, watching the crafters blow glass out, it was done back in the 1600s. It's fascinating. That would be kind of cool to see glass blowing done from that time period, because I mean, there was that Netflix show that was like, I forget what it was like this competition, but it was all about glass blowing and stuff like that. It was really kind of fascinating. We still dispute who won, but it was a really interesting competition and seeing like the skills of these folk. And then you have like the Cholula Museum up in Seattle, which is amazing to go through. And if you ever have the chance, I highly recommend it. Glassworking is very much incredible, also because there was no metal until Black Sabbath. Well, you do have kind of the proto-metal leading up to Sabbath, but I completely understand where you're coming from on that, Scott. Read an article that suggested glass for beginner bakers is to see the crust color doneness. Okay, I get that. Spoiler, they blew it. Ba-dum-bum. Oh yeah. 148. Well,
Not to be confused with VR 138.
that's right. Not to be confused with We Are 138. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm seeing some brownness around the edge. I'm getting little bits of brown. Kind of thinking maybe a couple more minutes, and then we'll take out the pennies. But it looks like the pennies are working. It's not puffed up in the middle. So, fortunately, this timer doesn't have a volume. It's just loud or silent. You're going to get a belly laugh out of me at some point. It's true. So Lumpy Pickle and I were having a bit of fun earlier in DS Malley's stream, just making her crack. It is an awfully good time making DS Malley crack.
Made her cry.
Yes, we've made her cry previously. Tears of joy,
Yep.
just so we're clear, not sad tears. But she did crack, and it's always a good time doing that. I'm not going to repeat why, because it's probably clipped on her channel. Yeah, the Sabbath joke was a good one. Note to self, Lumpy is trying out missionary. Bum. That's nasty. Yeah. Although it's no longer horny jail. It's Santa's naughty list is what they call it. Yeah, Malley really is. She is she is super sweet. But do not taunt. Well, do not cross the Malley, because she will bring down the ban hammer. So, I'm just saying. She has the actual ban hammer. Signed by Dragon Force and Unleash the Archers, no less. Have you seen pictures of it?
No.
Yeah, she has...
Band hammer?
No, I don't think it's... You're not going to be able to Google it, but she has a... like a Thor's hammer.
I think I have seen it.
Yeah, but she got it signed by Dragon Force as well as Unleash the Archers, and it's her official ban hammer since she mods for both of them. So, it is pretty cool. Plus, she has that emote on her channel. Yeah, the Mjolnir. Let's see. Wonder if it comes up for me. Yep, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. It's a great hammer. It's even got some mayo power on it. Yeah, that's what I've heard. He has Mjolnir. Malley and Mjolnir. Yeah. That's a tongue twister. I want a glory hammer. Yeah. That's a big hammer. At least the glory hammer, from what I recall, it's like a giant two-handed hammer, if I remember correctly, isn't it? Cryptic Caramel? I think that's right. I'm not 100% certain. But no, it's so the band Glory Hammer, and it's kind of it's part of their thing. As Diaz Mjolnir. I need like a LARP foam one. Oh yeah, there you go. Well, plus a hammer of that size would just be incredibly unwieldy. I'd like to think that movies and anime and stuff like that are, have been lying to us for years. Their physics is way off. Yeah, it's probably foam, I would imagine. You snickered at something.
Did I? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it was the concept of having a foam hammer to smack around.
Oh, yeah. Giant two-handed foam hammer. Yeah. Oh, man. Vocalist lifts it one-handed while singing. It's got to be lighter than it looks. Yeah, totally. Nerf Mjolnir. That would be kind of... Oh, man. That would be really funny to make one of those in, like, Nerf colors. So, like that bright blue and orange. That would be really funny to make a Nerf. Yeah, because that carries a double connotation because, oh yeah, it's a nerfed hammer. Since that's a gaming term. That'd be kind of a funny thing to do. Good idea. Nerf ban hammer. Yeah, Mjolnir. Yeah, exactly. Oh, shoot. nowadays, I mean, you can get those little mini rope lights. You can totally do a ricer hammer. That'd be funny. Worthy to rule Nerf Asgard. Where everything is safe. It's all foam swords. Battle hammers were a thing, but they were shield wall breakers. Hammers were also used mostly by poorer fighters because they already had them. Yeah. Okay. Now we should be able to pull out the pennies. Okay. So. Okay.
Can't really see it.
Alright, so far so good. Okay. Back in for another 6 minutes, I believe. Alrighty. Oop. Meanwhile, I got some rocket hot pennies. Probably put these outside to cool down.
Did you clean the pennies at all, or?
No. No, I didn't clean the pennies, but I figured, you know what, they're going to be on foil anyway, so I wasn't super worried. If any of the pennies were like really crusty or anything like that, I figured, you know, I didn't put them in there because I didn't want any weird like off-gassing. Yeah, no, but the battle hammers, like the polearm battle hammers, I mean, the hammerheads were kind of like your standard sledgehammer. They weren't like the gargantuan oversized ones. Yeah, long-handed mallets. Warhammer, spike on a stick, yeah. Male parental unit says he has a camp stove converted to propane and 2 others that can be. Okay, cool. Well, next time I'm down there, I'll bring one home. Road trip. Warhammers usually had a blunt end opposite to the spike. Yeah, that is true. But then they also had a spike usually coming off at the top. But it wasn't a huge chunk of metal, smaller Schrecker. Yeah, D&D definitely made poor labor tools seem super cool. I mean, sickles and scythes were farming tools too. Yeah, they absolutely were. I mean, but, you know, farmers and poor folk had to defend themselves. It's what they had. May have missed something. Is propane superior? No, Cryptic Caramel. So what we were talking about with the propane is this little burner takes butane canisters, and they get pricey. And so the question was asked, I think it was like last stream or the stream before, about like a small propane burner. They make these, they make some of these little burners that run on either butane canisters or the little propane cylinders, which would be better. So we were kind of talking about that as opposed to having the butane. I did get an induction burner, a very powerful induction burner, as an early birthday present from Mrs. Weso. In my initial testing, I ended up blowing the circuit twice. I did use it on last Thursday. Yeah, it was last Thursday I used it, and it worked well, although there was a couple little things that I hadn't quite figured out, and I just need to kind of practice with it. But sometimes that's not going to be the best option for me to use. So it was, yeah, a 1.21 gigawatt induction burner, basically.
Who are you wooing?
But I know they do make some of these smaller burners that, like I said, run on dual gas. But D&D is a terrible reference for actual medieval weapons. Gary Gygax used a weapons book that's not exactly held in high regard by historians. Yeah, D&D, yeah. I mean, there's something's getting delivered, apparently. Blown glass, blown circuit, Pyrex to Pyrex. Yeah, exactly. It's lots of fun. Something got delivered. Was that Amazon?
Yeah, you got a surprise, I guess.
I guess. I don't know. Let's see what we got.
Ooh.
Ah!
We're going to assume it's from Avocado.
No, it is not.
Oh, did you buy this?
I did. Oh. It is a 20-foot USB extension cable. And you're saying to yourself, a USB extension cable? Why on earth would you want something like that? Well, because my stove's like 20 feet away. And I want to put a camera over there. And now I can put a camera over there. So I can actually work at my stove. Right? So anyways, yay! It's like the bane of IT existence, running cables. But you know, you got to do what you got to do. But it is a USB 3.0 extension cable. There were some powered options that I saw. However, the camera that I'm going to run through this runs off of USB power, and this should conduct the power just fine. So
There won't be any degradation for being 20 feet long?
there shouldn't be. So then that way we can actually, and I'm going to move the camera that's up here that I haven't been using very much because, I mean, look at it. It looks awful. But I'm going to probably move this camera over to the stove. Timer! Tell me why I had to be a USB power slave. I know, right? Cable clips. I got heavy duty ones to stick on the underside of cabinets and desk. Oh, good call. Okay, excuse me, Jane. Let's move them hot pennies onto the thing. There we go. Okay. Okay.
You gotta take one to the camera.
I'm taking them both to the camera.
Taking both to the camera.
They're both coming over. Okay, so there's number one. So I can already see that there's a slight issue with that.
Why?
Because there's a big crack and kind of a hole.
Oh, but it'll still taste good.
Yes, it'll still taste good. It'll just mean that the interior can leak out into the pan. And there's the other one. So, huzzah!
You did it!
It's looking good. It's not like pulling grease or anything like that. So, hey, cool. I'm pretty happy so far. Yeah. Okay, it's a nice kind of tender bottom. Hopefully it's not going to be all soggy because soggy bottom quiche is no bueno. Cheese heals all wounds. Yeah, okay. Let's patch it with some cheese. Get in there. Might be a little much. Well, it is now. That's right, we are patching pie crust with cheese. Okay. think that is sufficient for our needs at the moment. All right. Quiche numero uno. Spinach. And the cheese. And mushrooms on top. Come on. Hi, Jane. Oh, it's Vera. Hi, little girl. Little puppy came in. Hi, little puppy.
Checking you out.
I'm checking you out. I like the movie Eurovision with Will Ferrell and Rachel McAdams. It was fun. Okay. Spinach layer. Done. Alright. Hit it with some cheese. Okay, that is looking very nice. Okay, cheese layer, done. Okay, moment of truth. Gently pouring the custard. Okay. Okay. Looking good. Need to make sure there's room at the top. Okay. All right. Now comes the artsy fartsy part. Do you want me to?
Those like little mustaches.
I could. I was planning on setting all these in kind of a radial pattern.
Okay.
Because that's just, you know, that's just kind of the mood I'm in. And of course, everything's all facing the same direction again. Because that's just kind of the mood I'm in. And each mushroom piece will help denote how to kind of slice it. Well, it's not 100% perfect, and yeah, it will kind of bug me. That, get back here. Part of me is like secretly wishing I had a protractor.
Make that happen.
I know we can make it happen, but I'm just like, come on.
You don't even need a protractor, just string and, you know, Q-tip or toothpick or something.
Get in there.
Now you have to put something in the middle.
I just did.
Okay, oh sorry.
That's true. There's a time delay. All right, let's see. I have enough to lay down extra pieces. This is the most tedious quiche making ever. Oh, we are so close.
I ate one. It's because I ate one that ruined it.
Wait! In a fragment. There we go. Flip it.
Woo!
We did it! Huzzah! Okay. Now we get to take this back over to the stove. Alright. Alright, so that's ready to go. Quiche número dos. Okay. And I'm not trying to do anything super fancy with this, so. Follow the bacon! Okay. Healthy smattering of cheese.
Is it the same cheese as both?
Yes, Fontina. Because I thought Fontina in this would be lovely. Because it's a nice buttery cheese, a nice melty cheese. Because we like cheese. Cheese is bueno. See.
Oh, next step is to fold in the
No, they're
cheese.
not eagle's eggs, unfortunately. Although I'm pretty sure for Nacho Libre they
What does fold in
used
the cheese mean? He folds it in.
3 mil to the left. Thanks, Cryptic Caramel. I appreciate that. I'm kind of thinking, and Soldier of Giants, you can confirm this for me, that in Nacho Libre, the eggs that they bust into, the supposed eagle eggs, they looked like they're probably ostrich eggs. Which, by the way, I would love to get my hands on some ostrich eggs and like make something with them. That would be awesome. I had planned on using duck eggs for this, but the dogs help themselves.
And they had duck egg farts all night.
Yes, they did. The dogs had duck egg farts all night. It was rough, let me tell you. Need power tools to get into an ostrich egg. Yeah, someone was offering duck eggs at work. What makes them better? So, duck eggs, we do have a couple, and I can show you. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm like, I'm not trying to make special designs of the onion.
Come on, baby.
I am! I'm working on it! Come crack the whip! I need to get dinner made. We need to eat!
It's 7 o'clock. Wait,
Is it 7? It's 7 o'clock! We haven't even eaten yet!
it's taking so long. Is this the duck eggs?
I don't know. It's probably the egg container underneath.
Our neighbor behind us has Muscovy ducks, which I, in an hour, need to go check on them. I'm on duck duty this week.
Because he's out of town.
Yeah. These are duck eggs. Muscovy duck eggs. Here, let me get a regular egg. And I don't know if they're better. Some people like them.
So the percentage of yolk to white in like a normal chicken egg is about 60-40. Like it's about 60% white, 40% yolk. The ratio of yolk to white in a duck egg is actually kind of flipped. And so it's kind of a... it would help if I put the custard in.
Yeah. Duck egg yolk.
The duck egg yolk, there's a lot more of it. It's fattier.
Fat equals flavor.
Fat equals flavor.
But they are, like, if you fry them up, they're rubbery. Yeah, definitely higher protein.
Okay.
Poached, they're really good, I hear.
All right. Let's get these into the oven. Because...
Jake, come on.
All right.
Yeah, here's the eggs.
Okay.
Then Katie takes over. I promise I can do this.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. So here's a regular large egg, but these are the duck eggs. I got these yesterday. And they're authentic goody grossness. Dare we, I mean, well, I hate to crack one open, but we could.
Let's not.
Let's not. Sorry.
Anyways, in the meantime, it's now 7 o'clock, so we need to feed the dogs.
Oh, yeah. I'll
So,
bring the bowls.
yeah, they're washed. And we got a little bit of leftover cheese. So a little cheese for the chef. I'm a cook, though. Mmm. Yummy.
Where are the bowls?
On top of the toaster.
Oh. Right where they go.
Yep. Okay. So this leftover custard, it looks to me like there's enough to make another quiche. So I'm thinking I'm gonna make another quiche tomorrow.
You know what if we did like a crustless, like quiche, like muffins, style?
You mean like the quiche hand rolls?
No, like muffins, but that are little mini quiches without the crust.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. This is coconut oil. So the dogs get coconut oil in addition to the food, just because it helps like with their coats and everything. This is a digestive aid for Jane.
Because he has a liver enzyme deficiency.
Yeah. And this is the current batch of dog food that I just made earlier today. Yummy. Look at that. In this batch, we got ground beef because the 10-pound chub was on sale. And so I said, yes. Yolk proteins have substantially more polymerized molecule chains and are called stretch eggs. Jeez. Oh, jeez. 2-for-1 human food recipes and dog food recipes. This is true. So the dog food, it's ground beef based, but there's liver and heart in there too. In addition to that, there's chicken eggs mixed in. There's sardines, clams, and mackerel also mixed in. Then for team vegetable, this time we have some mixed greens that I had harvested over the summer and then frozen. Roasted yams, roasted beets, and peas. And then on team fruit, it was Granny Smith apples and bananas. And then that's all mixed together. Yeah, kind of it's a sort of a raw doggy meatloaf. Vera gets 250 grams, and Jane gets 300 per meal. And that, I mean, if it's a few grams over, I'm not gonna sweat it. But for the most part, try to keep it pretty consistent, so then that way they're not running around all fat and everything like that, but they're nice, healthy weight. Little girl had lost some weight while she was having her monthlies, and so for a while we were upping her food to 300, so that once she got her appetite back, because she had lost it for I don't know, it was like a week or so, week and a half or something. So yeah, we upped it to 300 to kind of get her back up to her healthy weight, because she was clearly thin. like too thin. So, but she's looking great now. So we brought it back down to the 250 because she's looking good. I could feed them right here. Hey, little girl. Okay, Jane, here, buddy. There you go. There you go. Are they?
There's some ASMR.
Yeah, that's some good ASMR. Oh yeah, they both are out of camera.
Yeah, we worked hard on training them so they're calm before they get food.
Yep.
And whoever sits first wins. But Vera's just learned she gets food second, so.
Yeah, she's kind of figured she gets food second, but she's also usually much more excitable. Jane, it's like the moment he sees food, his butt hits the ground, and so he's just like, I sit, I get food.
I sit and make good eye contact.
That's true, and that's the other thing is we go for eye contact, making sure they're looking at us, if not the food, because that's something that you know. We're supposed to do. Okay. Good pups. Okay, 13 minutes until rotation. I couldn't put them both on the safe shelf because I have them on the tray just in case, so then that way it doesn't go all over the oven because I recently just cleaned it out. Oh, good girl. Mm. I'm like, now it's time for my happy drink. In my My Little Pony cup. That's right. This, Yeah, no, thanks, Cryptic Caramel. Yeah, it's something that we've, wanted to make sure that we did right. So, last thing that we want to have is unruly dogs. Honestly, the worst thing that Jane will do to you is slobber on you. And he does that very, very well. But, yeah, so the My Little Pony Cup was actually a going away present when I got a promotion that, in retrospect, I shouldn't have taken, but it's a good thing that I took because it led to the other thing that led to the other thing. And for the going away party, they consulted Mrs. Weso and was like, hey, so what kind of party should we throw for him as a going away party? Because I had made friends, and as I am wont to do at most places when I work. And she said, just do it like a, what was it, like a preteen birthday party?
A mismatch, 8-year-old birthday party.
Mismatch 8-year-old birthday party. So yeah, it was like the My Little Pony Cup.
And there was like St. Patrick's Day on one table, and
yeah, it was all just kind of randomness, and it was just like, it was kind of perfect. Quality cup, quality drink. Yeah, Grape Crush kind of hits the spot. I do like the knee-high grape, if I can get it. I think I've had the sun-kissed grape maybe once or twice, but I don't recall liking it as much as the grape crush. There's a place in LA called Galco's Old World Grocery. If you can find the peach knee-high, that stuff is amazing. But this Galco's Old World Grocery in LA, they have a website. It's like, I think it's the sodapopstop.com, I think it is. But it's called Galco's. Anyways, the guy there, he just started getting into all these specialty sodas. It became kind of like their thing. I mean, they make like sandwiches and they have like a deli counter, but for the most part, it's like all about these hard to find candies and sodas and things like that. And when I was still living in Southern California, I'd go there periodically, and we would have like root beer tasting parties. I'd pick up like 12, 13 different root beers kind of thing and try them out. Although I did find a place in, I think it's Torrance, if I remember correctly, that they are a specialty soda distributor. You can actually go visit them. The whole place looks sketchy AF, and like you swear you're gonna get murdered, and you have to walk down this hallway. It's kind of a dark hallway in order to get to the showroom where all this stuff is at. But once you get in there, they've got all sorts of great stuff. And so if I'm down there visiting the parental units, I try to go there, especially if I'm road tripping it. Yeah, it was a fun party, Cryptic Caramel. It was a fun going away party. That was a really good group of people. I mean, there was, minor annoyances because, you're working retail at a hardware store. But we had a good time. So, we have some of those cups. We also have a girl that would have loved the party you had. Yeah, I don't know. Like, for whatever reason, like, I've just kind of leaned into the whole, like, unicorn whatever. Probably because I'm, like, this big guy, and so nobody expects me to, like, be like, yeah, give me the, like, I would totally roll into, like, a metal show in, like, a unicorn onesie. Because that's just kind of the person that I am. Root beer party sounds like my kind of party. I love trying root beers. Yeah. So I be seeing you. You out of here, Scott Connor? Oh, yeah, no one expects the Unicorn Inquisition. Lumpy Joe and I love root beer floats. We tried a whole bunch of different root beers and wound up back where we started with the good old A&W. Okay, so we can talk root beers now. When it comes to relatively widely available root beers, my go-to is the Henry Weinhard's. I like the root beer flavor, and I really like the creaminess of it. And that's sort of like, if I'm at the grocery store, that's it is hard to beat. However, there is another root beer that I actually prefer over that. I can get it periodically up here, but that distributor that I was telling you guys about down in Torrance, they carry it full time. It's the Schrecker root beer. And in fact, oh, Jane's still licking his bowl. Jane loves his food. So they changed their label recently. But the Schrecker root beer, this is like, of the root beers I've tried, this is the root beer that I would reach for. This stuff is fantastic. It is more difficult for me to find. But they make a whole bunch of flavors. Like, their grape is really good. Most of the flavors of theirs they've made, I really like. But, yeah, their root beer is the bee's knees. And it's even made with honey. So, Yeah, there is a root beer review, and it's interesting. You know, it's when it comes to reviews of any kind, be it like root beer, music, food, whatever. One of the things that I've hey, yes, Squire Creamsicle, I am in need of a restock. I'm just saying. So should you decide to road trip up here, I'm just saying. Squire Creamsicle is my little brother, by the way. When it comes to review sites or anything like that, I didn't even realize this until I don't know how much later, but it's important to find reviewers that have the same mentality as you. So it's like, especially with like music, if you find that like, hey, this reviewer likes the same kind of music that I do, and we kind of feel the same way about like certain albums and things like that. It's like, that's a reviewer that I would trust, because it's like, okay, they have the same similar taste as me, and you know, that works out, right? Yes, Schrecker is absolutely amazing. The mug, yeah, I haven't had mug in a long time, but it's generally like, ugh. Fitz's root beer from St. Louis is amazing. Schrecker, yeah, Schrecker is the shizness. A bar I ran in Florida, we kept it on tap. That's cool. I would love to have Schrecker on tap. I can imagine, oh man, Schrecker on nitro? That would be awesome. I'm just saying. Fitz's. Fitz's sounds really familiar. Like there's a little shop here, local here, that they have some of these specialty like root beers and things like that, and some other sodas and some of the novelty flavors. They actually have an amazing selection of Japanese Kit Kat. They had the wasabi Kit Kat, which I got to try, and I actually really liked. I could die happy in a vat of Henry Weinhard's. Yeah, it is a sad world when you can't find the Schrecker, but it's so spotty. And the one place that I've been able to get the Schrecker, which happens to be the hardware store that I used to work at, unfortunately, they don't pick whatever sodas end up there. Apparently it's just from the distributor. They decide to send them whatever. I'm like, no, just send this. Same with what's the ginger ale? Blenheim's ginger ale out of, it's like North or South Carolina. Their ginger ale is absolutely phenomenal. So, Mrs. Oyesa, would you give your dog some scritches and tell him her, he, she is the goodest boy girl for me, please? Yes.
They identify.
Hanks is a pretty good choice. But Hanks is also a little bit more difficult to get a hold of, and I would just assume get the Henry Weinhard's over it. Everything Fitz's makes is great. They do a cream soda, orange grape, and root beers. Their Cardinal cream for the St. Louis Cardinals is so good. Is it kind of like a red cream? Because I will say the other soda that I'm a big fan of is like an orange cream soda. Aw. She said thank you.
There we go.
Yay!
She's gotta get in the way.
Yeah. Vera is just like, I gotta get in there. It's like, you can be, she'll be on the other side of the house, but if you're, like petting Jane, she'll like wedge her way in. So.
Wedge.
Yeah, she wedges. Oh, it's a strawberry cream. Oh, that could be really nice.
I wonder if he likes being by the stove because it's warmer.
That is possible. Well, there's also the mat there. And so, like, whenever Jane comes into the kitchen, she usually lays on the mat in front of the stove. Even if the stove's not on. But I think it's just because there's a mat there. Really.
Look at how wide his muzzle is. He's getting to be so old.
He is. But he's still the handsomest boy.
Can I kiss? Hey. There it is. Good boy.
Good boy.
Kiss. Not you. Nobody asks for you.
She's like, I'm gonna kiss you anyways.
No, we're not playing.
so that I sat. I'll have to mail order Schrecker. There aren't any stores here that carry. You know, it's like anything else. It really depends on their distribution, Scott Connor. You got to find out who the local distributor is.
Puppy.
Okay. Oh, so far so good. Okay.
Strawberry cream does sound amazing.
Yeah, that strawberry cream does sound excellent.
Where do we get that?
They make it for the St. Louis Cardinals, so we got to go to Missouri.
Okay.
Okay. Got another 20 minutes, and that should be good to go. Yeah. Strawberry cream sounds amazing. So, thankfully we know some folks out that way, but that would be delicious. Let's see, we'll have to mail it. Okay, yeah, it comes down to distribution. It's like, you know, even so when I was a beer buyer, I didn't understand the concept of distribution and distributors at first, because at least in most places there's a 3-tiered distribution system when it comes to alcohol. Like normally you can't be distributed from the brewery or the distiller straight to retailers. It has to go through a distributor. That's just the way that the system is. Blame the government. It's possible that there's a distributor that has a contract for that brand, but it's one of those things that finding out who are the distributors in the area, it can be super tough, and it kind of sucks. Let's see. We tried wine hearts and root beer floats and too sweet. A&W is the best root beer for floats of the ones we tried. Is it because A&W is a little bit more root-y, not as sweet? And it's got a little bit more of that kind of the root beer bite. Rather like IBC. You know, it's been a while since I've had IBC. I don't really remember.
That Red Arrow was good.
Oh yeah, Red Arrow. That was another one that was really good, that we liked. Really hard to find though. River City is your favorite root beer. Is that an Arizona brand, Carrie Gemini? There's a local brewery here in Utah that people like their beer, I guess. Root beer is too bitter for me, but now that you mention, I bet it makes a killer float. Cryptic Caramel, you're in Utah? What part? I'm curious. Got some family in Alpine?
Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah. We had some... Yeah, and some other places. I want to say Murray, although I think they moved.
No, they moved. I want to say they're outside of Provo now?
Yeah, they might be outside of Provo. I don't recall. Okay, Winehart's delicious by itself, but too sweet for a float. I think it would also depend on what ice cream you use, too, Lumpy Pickle. A few places around me used to have good, hard-to-find sodas, but they all stopped carrying so much. Yeah, it's... If you're not going through the stock, it makes sense just from a business standpoint. I mean... That's what it was when I was a beer specialist, was I had to look at my movement reports, and if beers were just sitting there and not moving, it's like, okay, I just didn't reorder them and bring in some new stuff. That's just business. No one in the state carries it. Oh, that sucks, Scott Connor, I'm sorry. $42 for a 12-pack of Schrecker root beer on Amazon? No. Lumpy, just to put this into perspective, the bottles of Schrecker from that place in Torrance were like maybe $1 each. So, 12-pack directly from the manufacturer's 24. That's a little closer to doable, but I've bought alcohol for more bars than I can count. Distribution is a pain in the butt. Yes, it is, IB Stupid. Oh my goodness. Distribution can be, yeah. So... Thankfully, I had developed really good relationships with all of my distributors, and that's why I was able to get the good stuff that I was able to, and it's how I was able to get kegs of things for the bar at the Whole Foods that I worked at. Just because. Dave Murray, Utah. Okay. Let's see. More vanilla flavor already in A&W goes with the ice cream. Oh, okay. Well, then that being the case, it's probably because the vanilla in the A&W and the vanilla in the ice cream, they might cancel each other out just a little bit. I'm wondering if that's the case. I don't know. Not sure it is, though. Okay, Carrie, that's about the River City. Would you... You know what? Hang on. Alright, I'll have to look into it. Apparently, there's actually a refillable dry erase marker. It's made by Pilot. And so now I can just get refill cartridges for these. So I'm like, it's awesome. Very happy about that. So I hate the fact that most dry erase markers you can't refill. Kind of sucks. So we had a distillery in town I moved from, get their liquor. It had to be shipped 4 hours away to the distribution center, 4 hours back. We couldn't just get it shipped from them. Yeah. No, yeah. No, I'm right there with you, I'd be stupid. Just north of SLC, brewery is Roosters. Have you heard of it? They have a funny Mormon-inspired name. It's like Polygamy Ale. It sounds familiar. But I'm not 100%. Yeah, okay, the Haagen-Dazs vanilla is super vanilla-y. River City's from Sacramento. I did not know that. So, I'd be stupid. Funny thing. Yeah, there were a number of breweries that were super local to us. But because of their distribution, they had to go to the warehouses before they came to us. And sometimes they literally would drive by us only to come back. So, Polygamy Ale. Yeah. Alpine. I'm about an hour north. Very close. Okay. Bluebell. Yeah, Bluebell is native to Texas, isn't it? On the Soldiers of Giants Bluebell ice cream. Nothing beats homemade root beer made in a metal trash. No, it's not a metal trash can, Devin. It's a plastic trash can stirred with a paddle. This is true. I foresee us having to be in about an hour after drinking all this root beer. Yeah, seriously. I never thought of that. Okay. Decay bought an ore just so I can do that. It's true. We picked up an ore at a garage sale for, what was it? $5 or something like that. Specifically for making a trash can full of root beer. A&W's all over the place here in Canada. I hadn't even seen one in the States forever. They're just as common as McDonald's up here. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh.
What?
That makes a lot of sense now. So, okay. If I remember correctly, Grant was talking about, at one point, that part of his routine of, like, coming home from either, from something, was that he'd hit up A&W. And I'm like, there's an A&W nearby, but apparently if they're that common, it makes sense. So, there is an A&W around here. It's like A&W and KFC, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I can see the distillery from the front of one of the bars, but no. Oh, okay. Gourmet root beer reviews. Sounds about right. Scott Connor. I'm pretty sure I've found that website before. Yeah, man, they're all over the place here. I can get to 2 in less than 5 minutes from where I live. Wow. Bluebell is Texas native ice cream brand.
There's A&W over by my work.
Oh, okay. A&W's are actually a lot of gas stations there. Half gas station, half drive-thru. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that was the case. I should probably put that away. It's about a pint. Because apparently it comes in pints. Oh, check that out. Perfect. Get a lid on it. Okay, so maybe I'm making a quiche tomorrow, baby.
Well, we made this little like mini muffin casserole.
Oh, yeah.
I thought the crust like we could freeze some and then I'll have lunches, breakfasts.
Well, that's true. Was it piston off? Well, it's better to be piston off than piston on. Just saying. We like to pair Del Taco with root beer. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Accidental Chaos. Welcome. Poutine routine. A&W KFC near me didn't have any actual A&W, only the fountain stuff. Yeah, if you can find the actual A&W, like their hand poured, those are awesome. Make sure you don't put root beer in the car. Yeah, no bueno. A root beer convention, absolutely. Hey, you know what? Next time I have a chance, we can start stockpiling root beer and we can do like a live tasting. That'll be fun. Yeah, for whatever reason, like Del Taco and root beer, just it's what we had forever, and it just makes sense. So you want to see a fast food, Popeyes, Bedford, Nova Scotia, the first Popeyes in the province just opened here. Super popular. I was gonna say, if we're talking fast food, like, you know, craziness, when In-N-Out opened in Kaiser Station, Oregon, lines were 3 hours long.
And they were that way for months.
Yeah, they were like that for months.
They can still be an hour long and it's been open more than a year.
Yeah. But now it's, you know, no big deal, but boom. Scrolling down through the things. I'm late because I was doing taxes. Oof. I'm sorry, Accidental Chaos. My condolences. Now I want a root beer. Yeah, according to the River City website, they crafted their root beer specifically for floats. Interesting. Is their logo by any chance, does it look like kind of an old school sheriff's badge, like the star with the round thing? Because River City sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. Oh, gonna play some Elden Ring. Good times. So they opened on Monday and had to close down on Wednesday because they were out of food. Yep. In-N-Out's overrated. Them's fighting words. Just saying. The thing about In-N-Out, it's when you're yeah, go for it. Post the link. When you're from Southern California, In-N-Out is just kind of part of the culture, and I'm not saying it's the greatest burger in the world or anything like that, but it is a taste of home, and it is a burger that we thoroughly enjoy. I do not pretend that it is the greatest burger ever. It is just a delicious burger and something that it's a taste from home. Hey, Kelly, how's it going? It's the city and the music, man.
Right here in River City.
River City. Derp. Took me a second. River City brand, River City root beer. You got that link, babe?
Yeah, I clicked on it.
Okay, thank you. My favorite accessible root beer is actually Barks. Okay, I can see that. Yeah. I didn't know that they make a cherry root beer. I didn't know that was a thing. But I can see that. Yeah, Barks, it does. It's got that kind of spicy bite. So, I get that. Five Guys. You like Five Guys?
Yes, we've talked about this. It's not In-N-Out, but it's not bad.
Sorry,
The fries are amazing.
I'm not a fan of Five Guys.
The look on your face says so.
Yeah, Five Guys to me is incredibly overrated and expensive. That's my personal feeling.
You love me 2% less now?
I love you 5% less.
Okay.
Just saying. When In-N-Out came to Utah, everyone freaked out. They made a big deal of special sauce. I don't like sauce, though the burger itself is mediocre. Okay. I can totally see that. And to be honest, like when In-N-Out went to Utah, I can see that what it was the the California expats that were all over it. Probably. Like Barks if you can't get IBC. Okay. Cherry root beer is so good. I might have to find that. I'm not familiar with the cherry root beer. Sorry, my tasting's Whataburger's better. They have both here now, and as far as fast food burgers are concerned, I gotta go with Whataburger. You know, I haven't had Whataburger. I have heard really good things, and so I'm down to give it a shot. Infidel. Sorry, Scott Connor. That's just how I feel.
Killer Burger, which is pretty good.
Bevmo carries Schrecker, 17 in stock near me. Okay, see, there you go, Lumpy Pickle. I know, like, sometimes Bevmo or Total Wine will carry them, but they don't necessarily have it all the time. But if they're showing it in stock, then go for it. Taste of home, you mentioned, makes a ton of sense. Yeah, and that's really what it is. I mean, think about it. Like, I can imagine, like, especially in, hey, Night Songs, welcome. And I think I saw DePerson. Yep, DePerson. Hey, welcome. Yeah, we're still on because the quiche is not quite done yet. Yeah, it's kind of the whole taste of home. But at least, like in Utah, what was that, like Arctic Circle? Because we used to go to Utah again because we had family up there when I was a kid, and I remember Arctic Circle being a thing that we enjoyed going up there. But my root beer of choice from back when I was a kid was Ramblin' root beer. That was the stuff. Whataburger's pretty dang great. You can get the fried jalapenos on them. That's cool. You can add grenadine, make any sort of cherry. I thought grenadine was pomegranate. Carrie Gemini. Huh. Well, yeah, but what does that have to do with food? Anyways. I like the wall burgers that they sell at the supermarket. We have one at the casino here, but I've never been. I only know Wahlburgers by name, so I do not know. What casino is that, Night Songs? Fort Worth. What Carrie Gemini said, better than the pre-mixed cherry sodas. Okay. Yeah, we're currently talking root beers while we're waiting for the... Well, he went to Fort Worth first off. Oh, fighting words. Yeah, we're talking root beers and other sodas at the moment. Sorry. Let's see. I love root beer and cream soda. Very nice. Yeah, we've been talking about it. That my personal root beer of choice is Schrecker's root beer. That is kind of my favorite of the root beers that I've had. Henry Weinhard's, which is more available sometimes. It's been some time since I could catch a stream of yours. Oh, I'm sorry to person, but hey, welcome. We're still here. Still got a few more minutes for the quiches that we're waiting for. There's lots of Arctic Circle. Only have had their ice cream, never food. Oh, really? For some reason, I thought grenadine was... Okay, so grenadine's cherry. Good to know. We are located in the Portland metro area. We do not live in Portland, but we are very, very close to Portland. It's that way. Was there on a business trip. Not my choice. Yeah, okay. Grenadine is... Yeah, I thought grenadine was pomegranate. Springfield has an MGM now. Oh, okay. I'm only familiar with the MGM Grand in Vegas. What is that? Flamingo and Las Vegas Boulevard, I think is where it's at. It's cherry. Okay. Originally, grenadine was made with a base of pomegranate juice, which is how it got its name. The French word for pomegranate is grenade. Pomegranate juice, sugar, and lemon juice are the three main ingredients of homemade grenadine syrup, creating the perfect balance of tart and sweet. Okay. So it is. Or I should say, anything you buy in the stores in the U.S. is going to be cherry. I used to like Werner's ginger ale, but I haven't bought it in a long time. Yeah, Werner's, I can get Cheerwine. Werner's, they have it at the market. It's, I don't know. It's a little too sweet for me. Like, I want a bit more of a ginger bite with my ginger ale, personally. Nope, it's cherry and splashed in with Sprite. 7-Up or traditionally ginger ale on top of the cherry is what makes a Shirley Temple. Eh. I want the original Coke with the... You want the Coke with the Coke. Gotcha, Lumpy Pickle. I've tried cherry wine. Yep. I'll have to watch the VOD because I have tried to make quiche before and ended up with scrambled eggs. So, since we have a few minutes, I'll give you a quick overview. So we made pie dough from scratch, which I am not very good at, but I gave a shot out of this book, America's Test Kitchen's New Best Recipe. Their pie dough. All right, let's check these.
How do you know when they're done?
Nope, I think. Yeah, it's looking set. I think so. Oh, that's looking good too. Okay. Yeah, these are looking great. Okay. Ta-da! Okay. I was just looking at the crust coming back. Bam! We got our quiche! Finally! Alright, so we're gonna let these chill for a minute or two and then we'll cut into them. Cherry barks. Oh, okay, thanks, I'd be stupid. So, quick summation. So, we made the pie dough from scratch, blind baked it, and then this one is a spinach fontina and mushroom quiche, and this one is a bacon fontina and onion quiche. And the mixture that goes into it, again, this is according to that New Best Recipe. What they said to do was 1 cup of whole milk, 1 cup of heavy cream, 2 eggs, 2 large eggs, and then 2 yolks from large eggs mixed into it, a half a teaspoon of white pepper and a half a teaspoon of salt. And that's what makes up the custard that goes in there. So that is kind of where we're at. And then once we cut into them, we'll see how they turned out. Because yeah, most of the time I previously would just use straight up eggs as opposed to a milk and egg mixture. But this is based on their test, and I'm like, yeah, no, it's not. It's not freaking vegan. But yeah, that's where we're at to person. So now these are out. I've got a side salad that we can dress and toss and eat. Yeah, 100 years in time. I know, it's been almost 4 hours. Cherry barks, I know. Blenheim's ginger ale for the win. Absolutely. I like the middle one. There's a spicy, hot and spicy one, and there's a little, I think it's like a sugar-free, but like the regular one is the stuff. Ginger ale and Crown vanilla. I can get regular Crown. I'm not sure if I can get Crown vanilla, but that sounds really interesting. No cherry barks around here. Okay. Coca-Cola is the only legal importer of coca leaves into the U.S. Yes, there's still coca extract in Coke, but none of the stimulant. Yeah, because it has to be refined and everything else. Mushrooms! Looking great. Well, doing some research in the last 4 or 5 minutes, looks like Bark Spicy Cherry is a Canadian thing. Yeah, so I might have to import some. Or make my way up to Canada. Yeah, I like the making the way to Canada part too. I put Crown Vanilla and root beer too. Nice. Okay. It's smelling good. Looking good. It looks like the crust on this one kind of pulled. Oh, that might just be the thickness of the pie shell. But, okay. I think we are about ready to cut into these. And... whew, okay. Scoot that one over. All right. Up. That's still kind of liquidy on top. Now, I think these... wait. That one looks okay. This one, not so much. Okay. So, we'll cut into the mushroom one. And in the meantime, I'm going to put the onion one back in for another... Okay, so the onion one is going to need to go back for another 5 6 minutes. So when I went to cut into the onion one, when I first poked through the surface, the setting on top gave way to liquid. UTA road trip, indeed. Canada Ball Run, yes, I love that idea. A Discord road trip up to Vancouver would be amazing. I did figure out where they filmed Faster Than Light. Found it on the map, so we could, put on, short shorts and run around the track looking like weirdos. Yeah, I cut the cheese and it spit at me. So anyways, alright, this one, when I poked into it, it looked like the custard set, whereas the other one was still looking on the liquidy side. But now that I'm cutting into this one's also still looking on the thinner side. So I'm thinking these both are going to need a bit more time. I know. Although I wouldn't be surprised if it's a matter of carryover cooking. So I got a timer set. Anyways. Yeah, drive to us and then we all drive up together. It'll be fun. We'll invade Canada.
5 hours from here?
Yeah, it's about 5-6 hours from here. Ish. Everyone start getting our passports. Yeah, it's exactly it on the Soldier of Giants. That's really what I need to do is get the passport. Yeah, I don't... Yeah. In theory, but who knows. At any rate, now we get to...
Vancouver is 5 hours, 3 minutes.
Okay.
With Seattle being about the halfway point.
Okay. 46 hours from Massachusetts. Woohoo!
Fly here and then...
Yeah.
Together.
Exactly. Although you could probably go up to Niagara Falls, cross over there, and then head over on the Trans-Canada Highway. Although it's definitely closer from here. From Maine. Yeah, actually, well, yeah, exactly to person. I mean, once you... From Maine, you can cross over into Canada, but from that end of Canada over to Vancouver, boy, the worst thing about Massachusetts, that's too close to New Jersey. It's not that far. Well, I mean, you got Connecticut separating it. Really. And New York. Yeah. Connecticut, then New York, exactly. No. Ideally, I mean, oven's back up at temp. Ideally, we're aiming to be down at TwitchCon in October. At least that's kind of currently the plan. Been to Alberta, but not to British Columbia. And by we, probably just me. But that's kind of the plan, is to be down there for TwitchCon, because I know there's a bunch of people that are planning on going and kind of do a big meetup or something like that. I mean, the pie in the sky thing that, you know, we talked about and wanted to do was have a get together down there at TwitchCon, like have a potluck or something like that. Yeah, TwitchCon is going to be fun. Yeah, it would. It'd be a lot of fun. And to be honest, like, I know there's a few other streamers that are definitely planning on going, that I would love to go to their meetups or something like that. But I'm also hoping that they have like seminars and things like that, just because it is kind of interesting when you watch different streams, just kind of like how different people do different things. But it's also really fascinating how many streams do the exact same thing, where it's like, oh, everyone's got like the same mic, they've all got the same setup, and they're all kind of doing the same thing. There's a whole bunch of the same stuff going on. But then you have others that are just like, what is happening? It's really kind of fascinating. To fly or drive down to TwitchCon. My truck has a rooftop tent. That's a tough question, Lumpy. Knowing where you're at, all the way down to San Diego, that is kind of a bear of a drive. However, well, actually from there down to San Diego is not too bad.
Plus you'd have your own car.
Yeah, plus you'd have your own car. That would be the key. Yeah, that's really kind of the key down there, to be honest. Would a microphone conference be a road trip? Yes, it would. Nicely done, Scott Connor. And I actually happen to have a Rode mic that I'm currently using. Okay. Hey, I'm the Soldier of Giants. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, you have yourself a wonderful night. Sure it would. Oh, good follow-up night songs. Yeah, have a good one. I'll have to post how the quiche actually turns out when it's finally done. So, never. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. Have a good night. I will say, so like talking about streamers, so I recently stumbled on to a stream that I have been thoroughly enjoying. It's a cooking stream, but it's like cooking chaos. And they stream in the just chatting kind of subcategory. The stream is called Nurse Huckleberry. And they label themselves as the only scripted stream on Twitch. Oh, okay, you take care of ducks? Cool. But it's kind of it's scripted in the fact that it's not scripted at all. It's just kind of a running gag, and it's really funny. But their intro is like an intro to a sitcom. It's really, and I've quite enjoyed it. It's a pretty funny stream to watch. And yeah, those guys are rocking 9 cameras. 9 cameras. And it's pretty dang funny. Okay. Oh, you're fine. It is very, very hard to tell. I'm leaving the oven on just in case. Alright, here we are once again. Yeah, see, that's still looking kind of liquidy, but I mean, it's been in there for, what's it been? 45 minutes or so? I'm wondering if it's a question of it just needs to sit and cool down and set a little bit before slicing into it. Just to kind of let, yeah, look at that. I mean, it is kind of coagulating on the tip of the knife, but not runny and fluffy is the goal. Yeah, absolutely. Psychotic streams seem pretty often in there. Thursday night streams are phenomenal. Sometimes on the weekends they do hot dog karaoke as well. It's a blast. Oh, right on. Psycho Stick. I'll have to look into them. Yeah, not runny and fluffy. Not runny and fluffy. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, and I think it's just the center, because I mean, when you pull it back kind of at the edges, it's looking pretty good, but it honestly, it feels pretty good, but like, I hate to say it, I almost think maybe another like 10 minutes or something like that. And digging down a little bit, I mean, it seems like it's like starting to set up, really, and it's definitely thickened up, but it's not 100% set yet. So yeah, thinking maybe another 10 minutes. Smells really good though. Kind of feel like I should salt the Book of Armaments. I've never microwaved an egg. Yeah, I know, that's what that timer sounds like. And consult the Book of Armaments. Okay, blah blah blah. That's interesting. Okay, spray blah blah blah. Pour custard, ½ inch. Bake until light golden brown. A knife blade inserted about an inch from the edge comes out clean, and the center feels set but soft like gelatin. 32 to 35 minutes. Transfer the quiche to a rack to cool. Serve warm or at room temp. Well, I think their concept of time is a little off, because I mean, that's been in there for like 40, yeah, like 45. Microwave scrambled eggs at work, kind of a travesty, but a good way to get some protein in me. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the center is not quite soft like gelatin. I mean, it's still on the runny side, which tells me that it's not all the way through, but I have it at 375 like they said. So at least in previously, whenever I made quiche, I would just set it for an hour, and at that point it was set, and so it wasn't an issue. But this doesn't look like it's totally, but then again, I was doing almost all eggs, as opposed to this one, which is a lot of dairy with some egg. I don't know. We shall see. This could end up being phenomenal, and it could just end up being, it's like, hey, it needs to be in there for like an hour. And if that's the case, then okay. As opposed to the 35 minutes like this is claiming. And if not, death tacos. I already got a salad. Sometimes the melted cheese can give a false read. Well, it wasn't the cheese in this case. It was clearly, I mean, and I don't know how visible it was when I was poking around it. I mean, it was liquid. It wasn't like melted cheese kind of consistency. It was clearly like liquidy, you know? So funny thing, the more stuff you add, the longer it takes. Yeah, that makes total sense, Night Songs. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I probably would have just been fine setting it for an hour at that point, really. But so I don't know. Hey, Lumpy Pickle, I don't know if you've seen Starbucks has these eggs that they sell. I don't know if they list them as being sous vide or not, but they're clearly done sous vide. What they do is they take an egg and they'll like scramble it and put some other stuff into it, but then they'll wrap it up in like cling film or whatever, and then sous vide it, and then that way you've got like those you got these eggs that are ready to go, and you can just eat them that way. I had a friend who was playing around with it, I think it was like a year or two ago, and seemed like he kind of cracked the code on that. I'll have to ask him how to do that. So might be something to consider, to be honest. But yeah, to be honest, like Mrs. Hueso, she definitely needs to eat in the morning. She usually does. But little egg shots, yeah. And that's really what it is. It's like an individual egg that they'll put into like a little mold with plastic wrap and then tie it up and then pop it in the sous vide bath for like an hour at I don't know what temp. And basically until it sets all the way through, and then you have like your individual little egg dealie that you can unwrap and eat. But or you could just sous vide some eggs and, you know, have them hard boiled that way or something like that. I will say I do like the Korean sauna eggs that are effectively cooked in a pressure cooker. I made some with the Instant Pot. They were in the Instant Pot for like an hour. And what happens is the whites actually kind of start to caramelize a little bit and they turn kind of brown. It is so far beyond like what you would think of for a hard-boiled egg, but those eggs are pretty dang tasty, I have to say. Sweet potato, cut it open, some butter and cinnamon. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, sweet potato would be good for that. I know Mrs. Hueso loves sweet potatoes, like with the chicken breast. I'm not the biggest sweet potato fan. I mean, nothing, I don't got anything against them. It's just, I don't know. I don't particularly care for them. For whatever reason. Back to water. Yeah. So, I actually picked up this little guy, which is a thing that's got a little needle that comes out that you poke the fat end of the egg with in order to let the air out of that end of the egg. So when you go to make hard-boiled eggs, they don't have that divot at the back end that they're full up. Need to use it though. Yeah, you're not a fan of the sweet potatoes either. I'd be stupid. I gotcha. Sweet potatoes are a great complex carb. Yeah, they're not for everyone. Yeah, and it's all good. Google says if a quiche is water, it's because it was overbaked. I don't remember how long you cooked it, but Google says 45 minutes minimum, then minute by minute. So it hasn't been in there for 40. It will be in there for 45 minutes. So at that point, we're literally at kind of the minimum. It's not watery. Like it hasn't pushed the liquid out. It is still like the custard's still not quite set. As for the gadget, I don't know what it's called, but it's like it's just this little here. It's just this little egg dealie. I found it on Amazon. It's got a locked and unlocked position. So when it's locked, you can't push it down, but when you unlock it and you push it down, that little needle pops up in the middle, and there we go. And then you just pop the egg on it, or if you have them with the fat side up in a tray, you just go hit them and then make boiled eggs, or hard-boiled eggs. It's an Eggy Van Halen. There you go. Yeah. Actually made deviled ham. Yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. Made ham on Sunday and had leftovers, so I decided to make deviled ham with it. Because deviled ham is pretty good on toast. So, thankfully that's super easy. I mean, it's just diced up ham, some onion, a little bit of cream cheese, mayo, like salt, pepper, touch of mustard, some hot sauce, egg hole poker, and it worked. Big G says egg piercer. Yeah, that'll work. So I pulled them out and checked them. They're still on the slightly liquidy side.
Okay.
So I put them back in, set a timer, and at that point they should in theory be done.
I was saying we just let them cool down and they'll set.
Yeah, that's true. Deviled ham. Yeah, exactly. Deviled ham is pretty tasty, especially like if the ham is good, the deviled ham will be good. The one that I made, it was just a supermarket ham, but the brand thankfully isn't super salty. Don't Google image search that. Just don't do it. But this ham was really good, and I sous vide'd it to warm it through basically, and oh man, super tender. Amazing flavor. I finished it off in the oven. I made a glaze with brown sugar, Dr. Pepper, and vinegar, and brushed it over it. And yeah, oh man, excellent ham. It kind of makes me. I think I have another ham in the freezer. I don't recall. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in that freezer. I need to go through there and pull some stuff out. Okay, what are we looking at on time? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Okay. All right, let's bring this one over. Since this one was the one that's been giving me issues. Okay. Better? Okay. Cross your fingers, everybody. I'm like, I know there's a pie server around here. There it is. Okay. going to be a dumpster fire or great success?
Success!
Well, it's spinning in the pan, so that's good. Okay. We've got quiche. Whoa. Big link. Egg piercer work. John Petrucci is a big fan of smoking barbecue and burgers. That's good to know. Yeah, Tiny Urel. Yeah, definitely Tiny Urel. Sterling Ball enters professional smoked meat competitions. Does he now? Dave Grohl. He cooked at last year's a couple of years ago, the Dimebag Bash that was held in conjunction with NAMM. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. I'm seeing a little liquid leakage, but part of me is thinking that might be because it's still warm. Okay, so let's go grab the other one now. Where did I make that? Oh, I didn't cut all the way to the edge. I just checked the center. Yeah, I'm seeing some liquid, but I have a feeling it's probably because of that spinach. That smells really good. Okay. Finish. All right, we've got quiche. Hooray! Na-na-na-na-na. Yeah, mushrooms do. It does look like it's set, but my guess is that really it could stand to be having candlelight for the midnight supper. I know, right? It could stand to cool down for probably about 10 or 15 minutes before eating it. But let's, for the sake of, the fact that I've been standing here for over 4 hours, let's give it a try and see what's what. Okay. Crust is fantastic. It is not soggy. So yay, great success on the crust. The quiche itself, or at least that one, it's really weird because it kind of has this, as I'm eating it, it kind of has this scent of artichoke, which isn't bad. I love artichokes, but it's just like, I did not expect that. But it's got a good flavor. So, okay. I will take that as a win. Let's try the bacon one. Jane's like, food? Yes, please.
You already ate, Jay.
That's tasty.
What's your favorite?
The bacon one. It's good. I mean, I will gladly devour both of them. But, yeah, that came out good. Okay. Woo! Hey, Atomic Fire Girl, welcome, welcome. You have rolled in after what could have very much been a dumpster fire, but it actually worked out pretty well. Making quiche. I made the crust from scratch, which is kind of a new one for me. Because I haven't had a whole lot of success, but the crust on these has turned out great. So, huzzah. I just need to make sure that I plan ahead, like a day ahead kind of thing, in order to make sure that the crust is ready to go. The filling, I think, once it's had a chance to kind of cool down for about 15 minutes or so, I think it'll be perfect. But I definitely will hit it with a bit of the hot sauce, just because, like I said, I like mine with the hot sauce. So, yeah, shepherd's pie, definitely. Scott Connor, drop it onto the Discord. Shepherd's pie
Shepherd's pie, does it mean shepherd's pie or cottage pie?
That's true. That is a good question. Do you mean actual shepherd's pie or do you mean cottage pie? Shepherd's pie being made with lamb versus cottage pie being made with beef. Either or, don't care. I'll gladly eat both. Just making hard-boiled eggs and make a good string. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Atomic Pirate Girl and Lumpy Pickle. Beef. Okay, so cottage pie. There you go. Yeah, hard-boiled eggs, like doing them, you know, it's funny, like hard-boiled eggs, to do them correctly takes a little bit of skill, and there's a whole bunch of different methods of doing them too. I mean, you could sous vide them, you can just do a straight up like into boiling water. I've seen people do them from a cold start. It really kind of depends on what your final desired outcome is for the egg. So, yeah, no, I'm happy with these. I'm gonna be even happier once I get them into me, because it has been a okay, Night Songs. Well, you're on the Discord. Drop them in there, and we'll make that happen. We will make we'll make the hard-boiled eggs happen. So, folks, it's been fun. Cold start. Okay, good to know. Yeah, desired outcome is to eat it. Yes, but how do you want the yolk runny? Do you want it nice and hard? Are you gonna make deviled? Are you gonna make deviled eggs with them? Are you gonna make like ramen eggs with them? I mean, it really kind of depends. So yes, squishy pie, huzzah! Anyways, everyone, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thursday, I'll be back doing mayo soup, aka my brunch with Unleash the Archers. We'll tell the story, we'll make the mayo soup, and it should be a good time. It is my birthday, but we'll still stream anyways, and then Saturday we'll do the birthday bash and make Korean fried chicken, and it will be a good time. So, from my home to your home, thank you so much, everyone, for being here again. I'm going to send you out with, the best jingle on Twitch, and then I'm going to go sit down and shove it in my mouth. So, take care. Love you guys. Have a good night.
Hello, boys and ghouls. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? DK's making a snack today. Shove it right into your mouth. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be? Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK. Is he making it for me? DK's making a snack today. It's time for tactical snacking with DK. DK's making a snack today. What's it gonna be?